Hello and welcome to Titan Esports 1200 Cap Scouting Grounds. I'm your local casting cowboy, Korak, joined, of course, by my good friend, Asti, and we are going to be handling a series of best of ones in this whole thing. So, of course, some of these orgs can get in there and see who's out and about, but it will only be 4 sets of best of ones. But let's dive right in.
Hello, everyone. Nice to be on again for my second day in a row, casting some kind of scouting grounds. Last night was D4 cap, I think. I don't know, something.
You've slept since then, yeah.
It's 1200. It's 1200 LP here, and we're gonna get going into the draft here now. I do recognize a lot of players here, specifically from Team 3. Team 3, very familiar with them a lot of the times. Getting it started off with a LeBlanc ban against Forlorn here. One thing with the scouting grounds that it seems to be very prevalent across no matter what kind of elo you're in is that there's a one trick or a champion you simply do not want to play against. It will stay banned the whole time. Like they're like, yeah, if this guy even plays it 2 games and it's just champ list, it's gone. They do not want to play against it. And respect, you want to have your best look and performance, of course, on the scouting grounds. You definitely don't want to be running it down or going super negative. So it does make sense, but we are going to get some more standard bans here. Karma, Seraphine, J4, and Ari. All pretty standard, I'd say, maybe besides the Ari between the 4. But it's going to be
I've seen a lot of Ari in the uptick, though, so I'm not real too surprised at it, and I think it is a good comfort pick. And here's actually something I do like. Some people aren't a big fan of starting with Yunara as the first pick, but I like it because there's a lot of different options. Yunara is, I think, pretty decent at playing back. I think she's a lot like MF to where she's perfectly happy if you walk into her. She can get a lot of good damage off like that, and she just needs something like an Alistair or something to help her get in range or bring the range to her. So I do really enjoy this pick, and we're going to go from that immediately into Aphelios. The Lulu pick is probably to deny Yunara grabbing that, but so like I said, Alistair's still on the field, ready to go. Any predictions before they lock in?
Well, they beat me to it. Of course, Nico's still really prevalent in the support role. But also on top of that, I did want to point out here, when you do open yourself up to Yunara first pick, it's actually criminal that Team 1 are even getting Orianna here, but regardless, Team 3 are able to respond with the Aphelios, which, of course, great matchup for the Aphelios, and then also a fantastic Lulu duo support AD carry, which does take that away from Yunara a little bit. But more kill threat coming through for Team 1 here in their first 3. More reservation, maybe not so showy with their first 3 picks here for Team 3. Xin Pantheon, Nocturne and Pantheon still, but is both, or are both, some of the best junglers in the game. So not shocked to at least see the Nocturne ban. I think that is a bit more annoying to deal with because Polymorph into Pantheon is so annoying for Pantheon to deal with. Might be actually baiting it in. We'll see what happens here for Team 1 with their jungle pick, but it's Team 3 up to pick.
Well, I can't imagine there's too many people who like to get polymorphed by Lulu, but I've got to imagine you going on Pantheon mid-jump and then you turn into some sort of cat and you're like, this is not what I signed up for. So I could definitely see how that rains on your parade. And here's someone I've been seeing a bit more of, getting more and more of the Akali. When I was still current, she was a very good tool specifically for dealing with Aatrox in the top lane when he was still a bit of a monster. And I've seen them frequently now more and more times in the mid-roll, which honestly, between that and Nivea and Ryze and just everybody popping back inside the mid lane, it feels like we've gone way back in time in a couple of different ways.
Yeah, Akali into Orianna, a lot of kill threat onto the Orianna, especially when you move on to side laning. In fact, that is literally the strength here for Akali, is that side lane potential into Orianna. But, of course, still melee range matchup. Orianna can be quite abusive in the lane. But Team 1 here actually have a phenomenal mid-game comp with some decent damage fallback here with the Yunara once she starts to scale in this game. A very bursty in the mid game here. A lot of CC coming through from Team 1. You have Pop Blossom, you have Impale, you have Shockwave, which you can pair with either one of those abilities. You have a nice point and click W coming in from your Renekton. So they have a lot of options here from Team 1 as we actually just get up onto the Rift here. As, yeah, it is Swiss stage. Dub. Nah, just kidding. It's Scouting Grounds. Best of 1. Nice, easy, simple stuff here, Korak, as, well, we'll see if Husky Templar on the Aphelios manages to avoid some of that engage, which I think might be the struggle point for Team 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still a pretty big fan of Aphelios. I feel like I've seen a lot of mixed opinions on him, and I feel like that that primarily centered around you kind of have to be a chess player when you play him, so that can be quite the struggle. But we're right at the skill level where we should see exactly like that. Because I would normally also bring up that I don't know how I feel about people picking Skarner, but once again, we're way above that level where I'm concerned with people picking Skarner. I think that we should see a lot of decent plays here, and this is really where I want to see a couple of these piloted. We didn't get to see Aurora here, of course, because it got banned out. Not too surprised by that, but that is one of my favorite ones to see in a really good pair of hands. That, and of course, seeing a really, really talented Zoe is always nice to see. I've got to see that in Sedona, a couple other things, and every now and then that does shine. Even though she's not meta, people still sink a couple of weird things in like that. I don't suspect we're going to see that, especially not in a best of 1, but at the very least, I think we're set up for a pretty interesting match.
Yeah, already trades coming through. Heal will be burned here in the bot lane as we'll be Team 3 getting the better of the trade initially because of the heal burn. Health bots forced out for both AD carries though, and Bjorn did the refillable tech, starting with refill and then, crafting himself. Nice little Doran shield, so a lot of sustain here for this Ornn. Should just be kind of a scale match here for him, barring some mistakes into the Renekton. You do have to pay the respect tax because of how good Renekton is early. Ornn, yes, he has got good base damage, but well, he does have mana, which is the kind of limiting factor here on how he can trade into the Renekton, and he is missing quite a lot of that as Invade here.
And it looks like Evil Lobster coming in, trying to go for the Lobster on the other end. We should have a path to safety, but unfortunately, we're going to lose that. And most importantly, we're going to lose resources and time. This does set things up for Evil Lobster to go for a tower dive. This might be a bit of an aggressive one. So I got to imagine just going for the minor camps might be just a bit better. Husky is set up for it, but I think they want to play this back just a little bit. They got what advantage they need. I don't think they want to go for a bit of a tower dive. And something I also want to note is, getting really close there. We do miss the Shuriken, unfortunately. So no real massive follow-up. Clone going in. Zen, I don't think we're going to get too much here for this. Oh, I take it back. As soon as Nico goes in, Husky already going down to about 10% HP, maybe even lower. That's about 30 or 40, leaving Lulu here to hold up the pieces. The Barrier going to get activated. Oh! Lulu, the flash forward. We do get the first blood on Aphelios, and the shields are coming through. We just need to lock down the Nico, who I just saw is in streamer mode. And once again, the Lobster is chasing the Lobster inside his own jungle, having a little flash on the other side. Flash to catch him down as Evil Lobster picks up a kill. Absolutely devastating. Starting the game off 1-3, a minute more than each kill, Aussie.
I mean, this is really just tragic here for Team 1. Evil Lobster has just been being a menace against the Skarner the entire time, which, for Skarner sucks. You do not want to deal with that. But, you're looking bot lane, right? It's actually the Aphelios Lulu winning out in that trade super hard. As in the top side, Batman does need to be careful.
Absolutely. I don't think he's had his prep time just quite yet, and Bjorn on the Ornn is still looking for that angle to go in, trying really to dictate the movements of Batman popping up that pillar. Does make it a bit tricky. We have plenty of mana, like you were talking about, that we were watching for, and now we're looking for a bit of a revenge. We're down 1 level, so we do have the advantage on red side. As Evil Lobster goes in, we're going to turn it into immediately a pin into the wall, going to about half HP for each side as we fight over the chickens. This should be just a pure 2v2. No one coming down here for the assist, so this can can turn into directions for either one, and both really want those chickens as the smite goes down. And once again, the Skarner has blown just a little bit of time, but maybe we can make it up by getting the pin. We almost get it. Looks like Orianna able to grab one kill now. It's going to be Orianna into Forlorn. Forlorn looking for that damage, but Orianna's trades are absolutely phenomenal, and we get a 1-for-1 trade. That's not the worst thing, getting Orianna one kill as Aphelios goes in looking for the snare on Figs. Figs taking a couple of shots, having to blow a pot, and doing a healthy amount of damage. Aphelios Lulu proving to be quite the tough nut to crack in the bot lane, Aussie.
Man, the biggest thing, right, is the amount of time just simply wasted here from Team 1. They wasted so much time, specifically Dagu. And you look at the CS lead here for the Sun Zhao, which will kind of even out, because you do still have plenty of camps here for Skarner to take. But the issue, right, is, well, again, you're super off tempo. You do have to inevitably clear your top side, which could leave open a potential Drake pull here for Team 3. Thanks to the spot lane priority that's, going their way, thanks to the early kills going over to the Aphelios and Lulu. So, BF Sword to a Cull. I think you would side on the BF Sword side, as Dom has popped on the top side.
Yeah, Batman looking for the spot, an angle. I don't think we have enough in order to lock down Bjorn where you want to, and Bjorn still maintained quite the positive trade, I think, in that. That didn't turn out too bad for them, especially because of the fact that we didn't blow the Forge God as Nico gets caught over the bush, showing him that Nico's not the only one in this game that can hurt. People underestimate the damage on Lulu consistently, and that's a good example. Figs on the run. This should be a dead Yunara. We do not have a flash, but we got a barrier ready to go. We don't use it for some reason. Maybe we thought we couldn't get out, but either way, that's another really solid kill on Evil Lobsters. T3 over here sitting in a great position. Their gold, very much so, is mobile.
I mean, it's really the Evil Lobster show. Absolutely frying in this game. Invades bot side here of Skarner. And you look at Figs, right? Like, he is losing so much in this bot lane, and now look, they're setting up a trap again here, Korak.
Oh, and the clone does miss. Okay, we kind of get it, but it doesn't really do too much for us as Fix comes back immediately, going down to about half HP. Aphelios taking a couple of shots. The ult coming through, the barrier finally coming through on the other end as well. As we pop a pot to keep ourselves alive. Looks like we got the renewable, so we got two of those going, but we're still looking for a dive as the minions come in. Husky looking for that damage, looking for that angle as Lobster goes in, picking up one kill on Yunara. The polymorph coming down, keeping Nico out of the fight while Huskies just allowed to continue to pad his pockets. Are sitting at 2 to 8 at 8 minutes. Aussie, things are not looking super great for T1.
So the thing is, right, like for Team 3 here, right, I think this bot lane is just a lost cause for a long time. Dagu just opting to continue to invade topside, look for these Void Grubs, might give them something back. But this Yunara is set so far down, it's really going to come down to whether or not this Orianna and this Renekton can get a big enough lead. Just now ganking
looking for the snare on Forlorn. We're able to grab that as the shockwave comes in, but it looks like we don't have enough to follow it up, unfortunately. Lulu was there for a bit of a shield and a nice little shadow as now Husky maybe in a little bit of trouble. Evil Lobster here for the reinforcements, looking for the damage on Fig. One or two more AAs. Are we going to take it? It looks like we're going to have a TP delivering ourselves into the wallets of T3. We're going to pop Dominus, but we're going to pick up a polymorph for our trouble as Fake Nico goes in. No, I was juked by it. That's the real Nico. But can she turn this fight around? She's not even level 6. She does not have the Blossom, but she does wilt like a flower, leaving another 2 kills and a bit more gold in T3's pockets.
Hey, how about some more with a nice solo kill here from Forlorn as well? Look, it's early. It's early in this game. Still technically throwable. But
I mean, you can throw any game if you try hard enough.
I'm not gonna lie, like this just is so brutal. Dagu does get the big chicken there, thanks to Smite, but it feels like the Lobster show.
Good. Yeah.
It
I was
feels
gonna
like
say
love
we
for
seem to have a
sure.
lot of fights over the chickens, and I guess over Lobster too. Lobster seems to be directing this, and there seems to be a lot of aggression on the chickens. That's twice now. We almost turned into a larger fight, but I do think that there is an angle for T1 to turn it around, but they need to play it back. And one of the biggest things is I agree with you. I think they need to stop playing off of Yanara. Yanara is about 20 CS down. She's got 4 deaths. Fig, and I don't think it's entirely on Figs either. I just think that they didn't win the appropriate hand for this one, and now they're just kind of having to deal with it. I think Yanara is capable of coming back. I think that we have the fact that we've got an Orianna on our team who will have this sort of consistent damage and this nice burst damage. So there are angles we can sort of make this happen. Batman going to pick up a call of the Forge God and a couple of shots here. The flash comes forward, really solid on Bjorn the Orn, knocking down the Gator in the north.
Really well played here, coming in from Bjorn. I mean, kind of the one-shot combo in essence, not like the true combo, but solo kill nonetheless. And like I said, this bot lane for Team 1 is just bleeding out. We already have Stormrazor completed for Husky Templar, and the Shunara's down about 30 CS, right? They're about to lose their bot tier 1 at 11 minutes. If you're Team 1, again, you need to kind of hold on to this, mid-game strength that you have, except, well, Renekton is dead, has died twice this game, and your Orianna is already getting solo killed. So this is just getting worse and worse, in my opinion, for Team 1, as Team 3 continues to assert their dominance in this game with a comp that realistically probably shouldn't get going this early.
Well, it doesn't seem to matter to them. The comfort seems to outweigh the meta and sort of conventional logic. Look how much damage Fig just took from that small little bitty engagement, hitting like an absolute truck, and we're still under tower, just shot after shot, ticking down, chipping Fig, chipping Nico. Dagu is here, but we're going to run into a pink, and it looks like Evil Lobster is looking for another angle to come in. Dagu did indeed get spotted, and
they have no
most
wards.
importantly, Evil Lobster did not, so we've got an opportunity to go over the wall. We did get seen, but I think it's going to be too little too late. Figs goes back to the tower, not really sure where to end up, but it looks like it's going to be Pop Blossom onto Nico, not able to buy some time. I have the caster camera, and I still can't figure out who Nico is. Another 2 kills get picked up in the bot lane. It's 2-15 at 12 minutes. 2 Drakes. This game so far very much in the favor of T3. Dagu looking to make something happen. That's going to be an Akali you're going for. That's going to be hard to go for.
Yeah, the mobility is really nice from Akali's kit, but like I said, this game is just brutal here for Team 1. I think, well, Dominus popped in this top side. Potential dive on Ornn.
Call of Forge God coming down. Born the Ornn. Got to fight a 1v3. Going to do it into Dagu, but Dagu's going to buy plenty of time here for the damage. And this is something I was going to mention. Maybe spending a bunch of people on top of taking down this Ornn wouldn't be a bad thing, but it looks like Evil Lobster is once again here, ready, chomping at the bits, but going to get pulled into the wall. Forlorn taking at least some damage, but it's just not going to be enough. Akali looking for those angles. Triple knock up on the other side, but can we find the kills? No, we cannot. We blew a whole bunch of abilities for a whole bunch of people to walk away.
Honestly, Evil Lobster definitely doesn't look like he's done, but I think he kind of has to as people have backed away. But look at what they've done here as Team 3. They've rotated their Aphelios top. Yes, they lost their Ornn. They didn't really get anything out of it. They did get a couple flashes, though, which is pretty notable. Also, the heal coming off of Nico can be impactful. And
Dagu.
Evil Lobster should be
looking for an angle.
Okay. Should be okay. Yeah, to just walk away. But look at this top lane tower. In 2 minutes, he's about to get 2 towers. Like, this is a level 980 carry unanswered at a top tier 1 at 14 minutes. Like, I feel like if you're Team 1, alarms are just sounding for sure. Like, the Renekton is so uncomfortable walking up, and he has vision of his own jungle. That is how tragic it is here for Team 1.
I still think we are seeing at least some light, some gas in the tank. If we can just sort of do something around Orianna. Orianna still has plenty of that damage, and we're definitely well into that mid game now. But the problem is just making something happen. As you mentioned, like Aphelios is just sitting on so much gold, taking down his second tower. He's got 3 kills, plenty of assist. He's got his quest complete. He's got 152 in the tank. So basically, Inara is the equivalent of a caster minion with a couple of extra abilities. So that's going to be hard to deal with. Evil Lobster once again looking for another gank. This should be a dead Renekton as Batman takes a couple of shots. It looks like Lulu coming on the other side as we're going to get a Pop Blossom on one. Cauliflower's going to come in. Looks like Nico might go down for it. No? Okay, it's going to be a support 1v1 battle on the other side as the flash over the side of the wall. I don't blame Nico for trying, but it just was not going to be enough as T3 picks up a relatively free kill, starting a 1v1 inside the mid lane. Figs trying to prove me wrong, trying to take down Aphelios and almost successful, but he was not counting on Forlorn coming in to pick up a kill. And now we're moving our attention over to Shelly.
Yeah, Transcend oneself is such a good ability, specifically like in a 1v1 scenario against other AD carries, especially when they're immobile, thanks to your upgraded W. And with the Kraken Spike, almost is able to take down Husky Templar, but Forlorn squashes that plan. I think even without, as maybe Forlorn does get dove here. We'll see.
Dagu looking for the spot. We do find the pilot. Able to pull ourselves underneath the tower, but Akali still extremely slippery to pin down. We only did about maybe, an eighth of damage onto that health bar, so not really too often. I do see Dagu trying to make plays happen, but we're just so far behind, and this is going to be uphill for sure. Honestly, I kind of feel like an option for T1 to go for is to just sort of give up a lane, maybe try to get them to push into an early inhib and then mount a defense and then just try to get that extra gold piling in. Sure, you're going to lose a bunch of plates and it could be bad in the long run, but like, what else are you going to do? You can't fight for these neutral objectives. You have a hard time even finding the grouping to lock someone down. We're going to try to fight here on Bjorn the Ornn as the shockwave does get activated on the other side. Flash over the other side of the wall as Ornn is able to walk away, and now we're looking for another angle to set up this Drake. This will be the third one out and ready to go in about 5 seconds, and we are able to take a tower. So this isn't the worst thing. We know that we're going to be spending our time here going for that Drake, so may as well get our hands on a couple of towers. Would have been nice to send someone bottom, but I think they were going for that 2-man gank on Bjorn the Ornn. Not the worst thing, but something to type it off is this is what you're talking about with Akali with these side lanes. She's already gotten a decent amount of damage here to this T2, and she can't super be stopped yet.
Yeah, I mean, the difficulty is it's sole point here for Team 3 already. You have, 4.5-ish minutes to get yourself into a position where you can fight. Because again, right, like the Renekton, he's not going to scale well into the late game. The Orianna's definitely not bad at scaling like she can. Right, but the issue is this Aphelios is so massive. We're looking almost a 75 CS lead here for him already. But regardless, I think if you're Team 1, you got to try and overload onto a side lane. But you look at the side laners here for Team 3, it's going to take you an eternity to kill this Ornn if you can even kill it. And the college so slippery is now Dagu finds Evil Lobster again.
The poly coming down on Dagu. Not that Dagu really needed it, as a Pop Blossom does activate 4-3, but will it be enough to turn this fight around? Orianna is here, but at what cost? Flash over the wall as Ignite comes down onto Orianna. Nico just cannot get out, and that's going to be 2 kills. Once again, in the pocket of T3. We only have 3 kills on T1. It's 3-19. This very much so is, and still, Evil Lobster's game as Figs maybe overstaying their welcome. Going to run into a bit of trouble as we focus down these T2s in the mid lane and in the bot lane.
Well, Ornn is just now solo killing the Renekton. This game is going from bad to worse to even worse. Team 3 get the mid-tier 2 at 18 minutes. Sorry, 19 minutes, just under. Forlorn in the spot side, just constantly applying pressure, being an annoyance into the Orianna, and the blue buff will be stolen away here by Team 3. As Dagu will once again see he has no camps besides this poor little Gromp.
I mean, I think he's been able to get his chickens a bit more, so at least he's got that going for him. And he's not the worst when it comes to CSing. He's technically one ahead, so one tiny W. That's a small amount of gold. It's something. It doesn't compare with the 9 kills on Evil Lobster. Evil Lobster really acting as very much so the tip of the spear on Zen. No pun intended with this one. But he's been able to facilitate a lot of these things, and Husky's been able to nail it down. I think all of T3's played really, really well. I think the coordination could have been a bit better on T1. One of the biggest things that I would like to see when they are behind like this is for them to sort of collapse on something, just spend everything on one person, spend everything on one resource, and just try to make something happen, because it's way better than just constantly giving up stuff and dying over and over. Much easier said than done, as we are going for towers, but we are going to lose a Baron for it.
Yeah, I mean, objective bounties, there's just nothing they can do about this Baron. They might get mid-tier 1, though, so that would be quite nice if they can, or maybe a kill onto Forlorn.
Forlorn starting the fight. They're already taking Nico down so low as the Pot Blossom gets killed before it finally goes up. Call the Forge Guard coming in, looking for the knock-up onto, is going to find it. It's going to be a double kill on Forlorn, who's just continuing to duke this out, grabbing another one after another. Dagu able to escape. We did not get the T1 inside the mid lane, and now Shelly, Baron buff, and 5 people are marching down Main Street. Our game might already be over.
I mean, I don't necessarily know if they can end, because Shelly did just pass away to the tower. Pigs is up in 7, so yeah, they'll just take the inhib. In fact, I think it was kind of a mistake to go for this inhib. Like, the amount of gold you're going to get back over in terms of, super minions, probably a little too much. But granted, it doesn't really matter when you're 9,000 gold ahead. So they will have the mid lane priority guaranteed, without a lot of presence from Team 1, thanks to the super minions in mid. As we have this Soul Drake spawning in 35 seconds away, looking, oh man, this Lulu.
Absolutely frustrating as Dagu goes in, gets turned into a tiny snowman. There's going to be the Crescent Guard keeping the other team off. The Lobster goes down about half HP. We do manage to grab 1 pick, and that is going to be at least something to go for. But now Forlorn is looking for that damage. Nico looking for the juke, but it's just not going to be enough as Figs is here. Call of Fortune coming in as Dagu takes it directly to the back of the forehead. Figs fighting a 1v4, and it's just not going to be enough, but it's only 2 are allowed to walk away as the Soul Drake spawns, and we push with the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, about as expected. They do find a pretty good angle here onto Evil Lobster, but the damage just isn't there. They tried, again, last-ditch effort really in this game to try and get anything done, but simply too far behind. And now, I mean, quality.
Okay, Nico doing it again. Pot Blossom on 2, providing a decent amount of spacing, keeping the Orion alive, but can we keep ourselves alive? No, we cannot, as Evil Lobster goes in, but he does take a bunch of shots here as this T2 goes down, leaving the enhanced minions to march their way down Main Street. We are finally looking for a back and for a reset, and I don't really blame them. We got that soul point out and ready to go. Only about a 9k lead, I say that, but it could be worse. I have seen some of these games hit 10 and 20k and 15k leads, so at least we're not there, Aussie.
That is being on the bright side, as there's not a whole lot of brightness left to give here for Team 1.
I'm trying to find the light.
So we'll take what we can get. So, we'll take what we can get here if we're a Team 1 enjoyer. But Baron, well, that just fell off. Last usage of the buff. But in the top lane, it's just Evil Lobster split pushing by himself as a jungler. Because there's nothing up, and Dagu, well, gets immediately.
I think he just likes being a snowman. The snowman is really cute, so I'm just saying.
For me, it's really interesting, right, for Team 1 to pick the Skarner into Lulu. Because, it's actually so hard to gank into Lulu because she just polymorphs you. Yes, it's true for any jungler, but, for Skarner, right, his big thing of, getting through is, dashing through these walls like we just saw there. But when Lulu can completely shut that out, that's it. That's all you have, really. So I don't necessarily appreciate the answer coming out, because I think could have been so many more answers. Dagu now, oh my goodness, the shred.
Yeah, Evil Lobster over the wall immediately. Is the Crescent Guard going to get activated? We're going to get one over the wall, but it looks like Ornn was immediately waiting here as the Gator comes in. He go for a safety, but it's just not going to be enough on the other side. Now Figs left here to 1v4. Double kill, double flash on the wall as we pick up the ace, and now we pick up the game with quite the dominant lead. 4-32, 25 minutes on the clock. 42.8k to 55k. T3 definitely won this one, Aussie.
Maybe an understatement to even say that they won. Like, I don't know how much more you can get over a victory, but they deserve it. I mean, this was fantastically played by Evil Lobster. The initial invade was super well done, knew the limits, and then that just snowballed into this massive lead for bot lane, right? And that he was able to leverage it onto the Yunara a lot of times that game. And when you're looking across the board, right, Team 3, their comp scales much better, right? But in theory, should be maybe a little bit weaker in the mid game. But Team 1, every single person got behind, right? And it kind of all started with Evil Lobster. So for me, most impactful player in this game was Evil Lobster. He took it all the way from start to finish. No questions asked. Nice and quick one here. For our game number 1, we have 3 more games to go on the broadcast, but this was a dominant performance. You would have thought that this team has been playing with each other for a long time, especially how they executed that bot dive. That bot dive was super clean. Where initially the Aphelios got tower aggro, realized it, kind of backed off, and instead of like instantly trying to resend, they were patient, waited for the wave. Then the Xin Zhao starts tanking, does his damage, then walks out and just holds tower aggro for the Aphelios to just clean it up. So really well played from Team 3. Really good showing from everyone here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think something that T3 did really well that was kind of in the background, but I feel like was just as important, wasn't just the ganks and the executions and the setups. I think they utilized and they understood time as a resource. We mentioned that Dagu lost a whole bunch when we going for the invade. I don't blame him. He was looking to try to make something happen, but he wasted a whole bunch of time. And I think that at that point, T3 just continued to double down and more people continued to get ahead. And we just didn't have, any sort of way to make our way through that game. Either way, that's all we got for game number 1, but don't go anywhere because we've got 3 more best of ones coming forward with new teams out and going. Make sure to grab yourself some drinks and some refreshments because we'll be right back.
You give me clear skies. We're raising the clouds above. Every song is mine to sing. With you, I can't do anything. I should be terrified, 'cause I've got a lot to lose. But there's no doubt, whatever I feel, you feel it too. Every song is ours to sing. With us forever, it's just the beginning. In every lifetime, in every universe, I'll be by your side, accepting your best and your worst. Ticking clocks don't mean a thing. With us forever, it's just the beginning.
I ran it up, then ran it again. Never gonna stop, I'm just taking the wins. Whole lot of checks, I ain't using no pen. Whole lot of shine when I step, that's a trend. Diamond singing like Mariah Carey. I hit the hustle, I double the count. I used to struggle, but look at me now. Everything built from the mud to the mount. I ran it up, then ran it again. Never gonna stop, I'm just taking the wins. Whole lot of checks, I ain't using no pen. Whole lot of shine when I step, that's a trend. Diamond singing like Mariah Carey. I hit the hustle, I double the count. I used to struggle, but look at me now. Everything built from the mud to the mount. I told him I'm locked in, forever I stuck to the vision. Did me some numbers, I'm talking to dish. Whole lot of moves, I ain't taking no breaks. Whole lot of steps trying to raise up the stakes. I'm in that lane, they ain't built to replace. Neck on freeze and the wrist on lay. They was asleep, now I'm all on their face. Came from the bottom, I handle the weight. Now when I talk, they record every phrase. I'm in that mode and I'm stuck in that phase. Bank account look like a highlight tape. Everything grown, no minimum wage. Jumped in that water and learned how to wave. Now I'm too smooth, I'm ahead of the pace. Money keep calling, I'm answering quick. Hey, new move out, I'm studying this. I don't do talk, I just walk with a drift. Came from the ground, now I'm built like a brick. Whoa, let's do it, you know I'm the shit. I've been thumbing through this page. Got my fingers feeling crampy. I just made another play. That little flip thing came in handy. I ran it up, then ran it again. Never gonna stop, I'm just taking the wins. Whole lot of checks, I ain't using no pen. Whole lot of shine when I step, that's a trend. Diamond singing like Mariah Carey. I hit the hustle, I double the count. I used to struggle, but look at me now. Everything built from the mud to the mount. I ran it up, then ran it again. Never gonna stop, I'm just taking the win. Whole lot of checks, I ain't using no pen. Whole lot of shine when I step, that's a trend. Diamond singing like Mariah Carey. I hit the hustle, I double the count. I used to struggle, but look at me now. Everything built from the mud to the mount. Everything grown, no minimum wage. Jumped in that water and learned how to wave. Now I'm too smooth, I'm ahead of the pace. Money keep calling, I'm answering quick. A new move, got them studying this. I don't do talk, I just walk with a drift. Came from the ground, now I'm built like a brick. Whoa, let's do it, you know I'm the shit. I've been thumbing through this page. Got my fingers feeling crampy. I just made another play. That little flip thing came in handy. Yeah, though. That little flip thing came in handy. Came from the ground, now I'm built like a brick.
All you gotta do is just all you gotta do is just just. All you gotta do is just. Baby, you know you ready. 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 All you gotta do is just. Baby, you know you ready. 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 All you gotta do is just. All you gotta do is just.
Big goals. And all working, man. Still at it. Slim. Get it. Lost it all, made it back, that's the hustle. Fell and got up, man, I've been through some things. Going strong, got it all off the muscle. Kill the eyes and the ears that'll judge you. And you know it's really real when you fall out of love and run out of time. But stick to the plan and follow the grind. A loyal man, high in demand. I'm harder to kill and harder to find. I really came from the bottom, I done built up. I be praying when you spill, so I'm silked up. 600 hard top, let it lift up. Can't forget what God gave me the gift for. So I'ma let it all out like it's meant for. But right now by collecting the green, too fly to fall off, no clipping my wings. Keep the stats, I be stacking the rings. Let me stand up and interview after that. Oh, this here by my ear for my cataracts. Ain't that boost on my hill since you asking that. Off of that though, I'm still at the back though. From 27, my city to Atmo. Underground, but I'm still who they ask for. On the mic, but I'm doing it macro. Don't try that cause I still keep the Mac code. Big goals, you wanna grab it, gotta have a bit more. Know what it is, you wanna see it hit go. It ain't enough to be the one to get close. So I'ma go another level, get more, and get more, and get more. Stack it up until the money 6-4. Until I think I never ever get broke. And then it's still another level, big goals. You wanna grab it, gotta have a bit more. Know what it is, you wanna see it hit go. It ain't enough to be the one to get close. So I'ma go another level, get more, and get more, and get more. Stack it up until the money 6-4. Until I think I never ever get broke. And then it's still another level. Eyes in the back of my head, on the move, on the rise, no signs up ahead. I'ma push through, it's divine, it was said that it's gon' shake soon. Keep your mind on the bread. Nothing changed, how they had one dream. Any mind call, get whatever they need. Hop on that plane when I wanna quick breathe. Hop in my bag if you want a 16 from the pastor. Yes, it's all work, you can have the rest. They running back and say that's the best, I'm too cold. Could clear them all in a half a step or lose it all in a half a breath, but who knows? All I know is I'm here for the run. And won't run away from nothing. When it get hit, they keep my head to the sky, to the sun. Even when it feel hellish, it's still a blessing. My releases get out on the road. In the wind, I get back in my mode. It's so heavily, really my medicine. Ain't too much else I can lean on the most. But I can't be too gone and too far, too deep in my getaways to forget the day that I still got a mission statement. I gotta put feet to pavement, yes sir. Big goals, you wanna grab it, gotta have a bit more. Know what it is, you wanna see it hit go. It ain't enough to be the one to get close. So I'ma go another level, get more, and get more, and get more. Stack it up until the money 6-4. Until I think I never ever get broke. And then it's still another level, big goals. You wanna grab it, gotta have a bit more. Know what it is, you wanna see it hit go. It ain't enough to be the one to get close. So I'ma go another level, get more, and get more, and get more. Stack it up until the money 6-4. Until I think I never ever get broke. And then it's still another level.
Hello and welcome back. We're rolling into draft number 2. And if you haven't been watching, these are a series of best of ones. We're going to have 2 more after this. Numbers are hard. And right now we're going to be looking at team number 8 and team number 7. No team names just quite yet, all for the purpose of just getting a couple of scouting out. And Aussie, have you got a chance to look at these teams? Any familiar faces, any familiar names that we should watch out for?
Oh, you got Animosity. The Kled guy is banned all the time against that guy. So, definitely one of my favorite top laners to watch in general. Kerrigan in the mid lane, but specifically, I'm looking at Animosity. This is the first time I actually get to cast Animosity or even see Animosity in a non-solo queue setting, even though he has been in and around the scene for a while. So we'll see how he does in this scouting ground. If the little tick is correct on the left side, I think they might have already won. So, already won. Okay, it's wrong. Ignore me. It's just things and stuff on the production side. But regardless, I'm excited. I think there could be potentially some things happening. PVS also pretty well known here in 1200. Well, I say 1200, but we're raising the cap up, so it is 1200. Because of some LP shenanigans, I should say, that happened this season in terms of people maybe being ranked a little bit higher than what they normally are.
I think the only one off the top of my head, I have seen Animosity's name around a couple of times, but I have seen Kerrigan as well. I feel like I've seen Honey too a few times, but maybe I'm just talking outside of my butt. When you're talking about Animosity, it does sound like we've got a Kled angle, so if we don't get to see that banned, honestly, this would be the best time to not see it banned, in my opinion. So people just kind of know what they're going for, because the whole idea of this is to have a good showing, to get scouted, to get pulled into a team. Although, I guess if you're that other top laner and you're worried about it, it's hard to get a good showing if you get somebody's, I won't say like one trick, but someone who they're really, really prolific on.
Yeah, I mean, also, right, for me, something I've been really big on, because I casted a tryout thing that happened a while ago for much lower elo, but that's besides the point, is I really appreciate when players start show different styles, right? Don't show one style, show as much as you can. And again, they also kind of, you kind of need to get out of this mindset that, oh, I need to play for wins. No, you're not being evaluated on how many times you can win, right? You're being evaluated on your specific performance, and what you can bring, and, how you're going to be able to be utilized within a team setting, right? So maybe showing a style you're not necessarily the most comfortable with could be an asset, right? Because it's at least showing, hey, I'm at the very least willing to pick this style, or I'm trying to show that I can play it, even though it might not be your best. It's still, again, initiative goes a long way for a lot of teams. So that's just my little tidbit, again, because for me, it gets really annoying. I was watching those tryouts, man, and I saw Darius 8 times, man. It was bad. It was bad. So
Yeah, and I think you bring up a really good point, Aussie. Versatility is so important. Like I think a really good example is the fact that we very much are in this comfortable kind of support meta. But if we're talking about specifically about supports, there are still other options that are pretty decent. Braum at the end of the day is still Braum. He's still very solid. But I've seen things work that I didn't expect to. When I cast on Tuesday, I saw Oprah for the Winfrey play a very, very, very mean Thresh, and I don't like Thresh right now in the meta at all. But it was a very, very solid choice. Probably more of one for them to get banned out. But seeing more of the Braum, seeing more of some of the weirder stuff, and just expanding that versatility, I think once again, is super, super important. First couple of bans are going to be out. It looks like T8 is going to be sitting on blue side, T7 going to be sitting on red side, and bans so far are going to be LeBlanc. We're going to have Karma on the opposite side. We're going to have Drablin, and we're going to have J4 waiting for the hover. How do you feel about Draven right now?
I mean, what can you say about Draven other than
got a big head?
Feast Famine, early game, win early, win hard, right? You don't win early, well, you don't get your cash out. The game and also the Draven player is a lot set. Okay, don't worry. I think the draft was incorrect there because it did look exactly like the bans we got last game. Nice catch from the producer there. So hopefully we'll get the right draft here for you. Don't worry about it. The whole like tryout thing, how we're handling it, kind of been hard on the production seats. So expect some issues. At the end of the day, right? We're just a small indie company, aren't we?
Gotta lean into that one. Should be finally getting in the draft. I'm glad Prod noticed though, because it has been an hour and 20 minutes since we saw the last one. First ban is through though, and we are looking at difference. It looks like we're getting the Ambessa ban out and ready to go. So I guess diving into that now. How do you feel about Ambessa? Because she's kind of been all over the place. She even had a stint a couple of times in mid. She was very, very strong at top. We saw her jungle. So how do you feel about Ambessa right now?
All right, so here's how I feel about Ambessa, right? You look at AML stats, right? That's the best way of tracking any kind of champs in specifically looking at M600, which is what majority of these players used to be. Now Masters 1200 because the cap is going up. She was on an absolute tear, literally the highest presence champion. She got picked 30 some times last week or
once or twice, yeah.
Yeah, she, and still boasting a 60% win rate. So if that's not a testament to how good this champion is, at the very least in this elo, I don't know what else is, right? She has been banned close to 200 times across every game in AML so far. But the champion that's gone unbanned here will be the J4. Still have things like Nocturne Pantheon that you can tech in here for, but it's going to be the continued Yunara presence here in these scouting grounds.
Yunara is still very powerful, despite the last game that we just went through. That was just pretty unlucky for Fig. There wasn't an insane amount they're going to do. And we're going to go with a 1-2 punch. It's going to be Yunara, and it's going to be the Lulu. Very, very solid combination, all the way even back into LTA Grand Finals. When I got to see it there, it's been super, super consistent. And then we're going to go from that into Varus. I feel like Varus is a weird pick, not for the comp, but when I try to pick up Varus, I like to go blind, but I guess it's got plenty of range to sort of not have to deal with Yunara. And Yunara is struggling a bit more to get in range since they had their nerfs, like 10 patches ago. That was one of the big things that made them not as strong as they used to be. So Varus can sort of circumvent that. Another Nico, no real surprise that one. It does mean that when we're looking at T8, we have a team we really have to watch where we place our feet. We've got the Cataclysm on Jarvan. We've got the Chains of Corruption. We've got the Pop Blossom on Nico. We've got plenty of stuns and roots and snares, flag and drag. So there's a lot of crazy stuff to go with. And then to round everything out, we're going to go with another powerhouse. We're going to have to pick up this Sion in the top lane.
Yeah, Sion in a pretty good way, although you specifically see the Rek'Sai coming back into meta. She kind of fell out of the meta a little bit as a counter pick into Sion, but now she's working her way back in there because people are like, man, what do we do against the Sion champ? Because he's still super prevalent, right? In just about every meta. So we'll see if we'll see here if Remy has that teched up or will opt for something different. You still have things like Aatrox, Cho'Gath, which are still pretty good into it. I think picking Cho'Gath this game would be interesting. Emphasis on the int. But it is a really good matchup. Like, it is super good for the Cho'Gath. The issue though is it's so tough to play and like team fights. Will actually be the Darius, speaking of. I did mention that as me seeing that a whole bunch of times, but will be the Darius into the Scion here. So early game aggression for Remy. A lot of burst coming through from Team 8 as across the board, Team 7 with some nice pickability with their mid jungle. Korak is muted. Dub.
Fantastic. I knew that. I definitely did that on purpose. Glad you caught that. Appreciate it, Aussie. But yeah, no, Ari's Charm, always a great tool to pick up for those pick and grabs, and I think that will play well into Inara. Get the Charm to roll into it. Inara very much so enjoys this walking into you notion, so it pairs really well into that one. But something I want to see T8 do here specifically, and this is kind of something I harp on, is we've got these mid laners, and there's so many of these mid laners that can dictate how these fights go, and I can't think of a better one, maybe other than Victor. I can't think of a better one than Hui to get them in there for those early objectives to pick up these kills, because Hui does a lot of damage, and just with the way his kit is and how wide his abilities and his shots are, I've seen them pick up consistent triple kills. So I would like to see them play into that. Granted, it's easier said than done. Your opponent's not just going to allow it to happen. And the last thing I want to note here is we have my favorite skin in the game, which is the Hot Dog Nefiri skin.
Oh, Glizzy Nefiri. I still can't believe, but nice little invade actually from 50 Cal Taco. We actually saw a bit of this happening in NACL for a little while, which led to a lot of defensive warding going through, as now they actually might know about this. Oh, that's rough, actually.
Flag and Drag on the other side. It looks like 50 Cal Taco does have that. We do have the ward out ready to go. And at the very least, it's going to waste some time. I know, actually, that turns into a bit of a leash for J4. A little unfortunate, but I think Nefiri's got plenty of time to, make up for that one. Not the biggest deal. Sometimes I do worry about Nefiri kind of finding their voice in the game. I feel like a lot of times they can be very feast or famine, depending on how the game rolls out. So that's just my personal experience. I'm not basing this off of necessarily numbers. That's just what I've seen and what I've cast and what I've watched so far. Not that they can't be very, very powerful, but sometimes I worry about them sort of finding that voice, where on the other side, Jarvan has a very, very clear voice and has a lot of things that they can get out, especially early on. Flag and Jag never really stops being bad. Ooh, look at the damage on Animosity as the Ignite comes through, but we do keep ourselves alive. The Bleed almost taking him down. At least won a couple of pots here for this, but you got to remember we still have the passive here on the other end. The E coming through, which I did find out is a little bit of an armor shred, so that right before a tower shot could be pretty devastating for Darius to go in and get a nice shot off.
Yeah, well, Animosity here. Might be dead here.
Gonna have a nice shield, flashback onto the other side. Good,
one,
good
right?
tower shot, but it's just not gonna be enough. Dead Scion going for the shot, and we do a 1-for-1 trade the long way around. First blood, however, getting picked up by Remy.
Yeah, I mean, if you actually look at that, right, that's actually winning for Scion because of the teleport. On top of where the wave state is, it's perfect here for Animosity, and yes, gave up first blood, the Darius starts to get going, but due to the 1-for-1 trade, it actually meant that there could be really no denial of minions. Of course, denying minions away from Scion, even if he's dead, is pretty difficult, thanks to his passive. But regardless, right, it's actually going to be Animosity coming out ahead in that trade, and it's also a call buy here, so pretty greedy start for Animosity. Does need to respect the Darius a little bit here in terms of kill presence, because doesn't necessarily have the best answer into it, especially now with no flash.
The Q trades, however, have been really, really good for Animosity. We've taken absolutely no damage, while the same cannot be said for Darius. Darius taking a whole bunch of Qs and
Jesus.
then a whole bunch of caster minions. We do have at least a refillable pot, so I think we did anticipate that that Cole is continuing to tick its way down. And once again, 50 Taco looking for something to happen inside the jungle of his opponent, maybe going for some sort of gank, but still not finding too much. Not sure what the plan is. Maybe we're in sort of that awkward downtime and just can't find something to happen. I think we were looking for J4 to make something happen, and I think that might be a good strategy. I don't know if J4 wins in an early duel against a Fury.
Well, there was a gank in mid lane, actually, and was actually followed up by Valdanio as the Nico, but gank in the top side.
Baiting it out, looking for that flag and drag. Should be a pretty one. The flag coming down. The drag is unfortunately not good. Remy not having angle as he actually picks up a Q right there at the end. Sion taking the long-winded 1-for-1 trade as we chase down the dog.
Oh, they take the wrong one.
Going for the clone. Unfortunately, not able to lock the right one down. But man, that was a great trade for Animosity. And once again, we had plenty of time to set the wave in our favor on our way back for Sion. So we take those. And this is one of the reasons why Sion is so devastating is, his passive, you kill him and it just doesn't really matter. And then even if you take his passive out of the equation, he's still a very, very solid champion. We see how much damage just those Qs are doing to Darius.
I mean, also Soul Furnace, the fact that Soul Furnace gives you, anywhere between 1,500 on a really bad game to sometimes 3k HP, is just insane for a passive. Like that is so much gold value, right? Like, can't stress that enough. Is now Animosity does take a bit worse of a trade there, but does equalize it out a little bit. But Drake started up here for Team 7. I will say Team 8, definitely not doing too bad, right? Like the Darius is still kind of getting gold in his pocket off of these all the plays top, but at the same time, right, you're playing weak side Sion, you don't really want him to be able to trade 1-for-1, and so far, both times he's traded, which is pretty disastrous early start here for Team 8, but plenty of things to go in their favor, but maybe not this one.
Taco going to run directly into the other side as a one nice charm comes through and the damage is too solid, too consistent. Wei trying to back them up, but just not having the gusto in order to go in. Ari going to return to lane. Another charm going to land into a Q, but it's not going to enough to take down Kerrigan sitting in mid lane or score 2-3. And something I've got to say is what I was talking about in draft is I really, really wanted to see Team 8 use the fact that they have a way to pressure and get our way into this neutral objective. And Varus could sort of do the same thing. We've got Nico to scout. I think we have a lot of tools, a lot of elements.
Kerrigan is dead.
50 cal Taco looking for the shot on Kerrigan as the flash comes through and we still pick up the Q. A little bit of emoting with a happy B right there on the end. But honestly, good dog. I think that was a good play.
I mean, great play. Very patient. Waited for the flash as well to not waste the Dark and Dagger. Very efficient play from 50 cal Taco. And we're calling back to, the J4 kill in the jungle. It's actually, Sim finding the charm, right? Which happens during the flag and drag. So it actually reduces all the distance. Shades of Corruption. It will be cleansed off.
We do have Flag and Drag ready. We were almost in a really good position as the Flash and the Flag and Drag comes over the wall. There's going to be the Cataclysm using the Flash for PVS in order to escape and get out of there scot-free. That is exactly what that Flash is for. It was very solid, and we didn't have a Flag and Drag to follow it up, so not much we could have done. I feel like it might have been a waste of a Cataclysm, but at the very least, that is going to be a Flash down for Lulu and a heal at some point as well.
Yeah, I will say... should be a pretty easy regank here for Team 8 once Cataclysm is off cooldown. Because should be priority going towards the Yunara. But if they keep them under tower like this, they will lose that advantage. Just now, they're going in.
A couple of good shots coming through. The flash for Cookie Monster, but it looks like the damage is significantly better as Varus struggles to sort of get out of that engagement. This Yunara Lulu combo still absolutely paying dividends. And this is kind of one of the things I was worried about Varus. I mean, I know we can play from range. I know we've got like decent synergy, but like, what is your plan for dealing with Yunara in the bot lane, dealing with specifically Yunara Lulu, because maybe we get a stun here on the Nico. I just feel like the synergy doesn't match up exactly how I'd want it to.
Yeah, the big thing for Varus, especially poke Varus, right? More bursty focus, less DPS focus, so his trading pattern in lane is just I will poke you. If you do get into an 80 carry situation where the 80 carry can run you down and, you know, DPS check you, which is exactly Yunara, if you're ever mispositioned, you can get punished very easily thanks to the ultimate from Yunara. We did talk about that a little bit in that last game. And again, it's going to be Cookie Monster punished, but now Contest going towards the Scrubs, and now Animosity looking for solo.
Looking in a bad spot is
Where's
Remy, and Jarvan go for it. We do pick up the kill, but it looks like the cavalry has arrived. Dead Scion looking for the damage, but can we get in range in time? We still have that charm for Ari, but can we find the pick as Neferi goes in, looking for Remy, but it's just not going to be enough as J4, Flag and Drag on top of the dock, and a Cataclysm activating right there at the end, but it looks like it's just not going to be enough. Hui looking for the damage. Pop Blossom on one. Only gets the support on the other side as Nico does a 1v1 into the Ari, trying to buy himself a little bit more time.
Teleport
now
from Animosity.
PBS on the run, using shield to try to get for safety. The tower shot comes through. Lulu able to escape out of there, but gets to get taken down last minute by Kerrigan as Kerrigan falls to pieces as well. We turn into a triple kill for an Ari, into a 2-for-3 trade.
I mean, really well played from Sim in that entire fight. Looked pretty bad for Team 7, right? Animosity going down. Started that play, and Team 8, they just simply overchased, right? Trying to kill the Lulu for kind of no reason. And it's Sim, untouched, unbothered, and, well, unfettered here. 4-0-1 with the Malignance completion here. As 50 Cal Taco does find an invade, and, well,
the charm
again,
could have been devastating there.
Yes, it could have very easily been, but Drake in 20 seconds, right? Spirit Rush won't be available. But crucially, right, Pop Blossom will not be available either. Cataclysm missing, Spiraling Despair gone. And I think if your team is 7, you'd like those odds much more, right? Because I do feel like Team 8 are very heavily bound with their ultimates this game. I think like their best fight is simply them, you know, utilizing their ultimates. So now G4 hanging around. Will be seen though.
But he get picked up by a ward earlier. I think we predicted that 50 Cal Taco is on the other side. So both sides kind of knowing what's going on as Remy's able to pick up a kill, but now can he get away from the dead Scion? That's going to be a couple of shots. Maybe we go over the wall to keep ourselves. No, we do not have that one, but we do have a little bit of health regen as Kerrigan fights the Ari inside the jungle. Both junglers coming here for a little bit of assist. Kerrigan in trouble as the dog goes in, and Jarvan just a little bit too slow on the uptake. However, we're going to pick up a charm directly to the face. Nico is here. Cookie Monster is here. Moving to Fury is as well. The bomb coming down. 50 Cal Taco taking a whole bunch of damage, but it looks like just not going to be enough as the bear get activated for Cookie Monster. The Taco takes him down, leaving Jarvan here by himself to fight a 1v3. PVS and Lulu on their heels looking for the kill, and they're going to pick it up as the triple kill is picked up by 50 Cal Taco.
I mean, great play here once again from Team 7. Sure, Sim does go down. Does hurt a little bit, but this Neferi, you know, we had questions, of course, Neferi needing to kind of pop off in the earlier stages of the game. Especially, of course, you know, looking like post-6. That's when she really wants to start getting herself ahead. And it's been kind of no problem here. 4-1-5, Profane Hydra unlocked, unleashed. And the doggo gets a triple kill there with a whole lot of bites and maybe some nibbles from the baby doggos to help out.
Absolutely. The Taco on the doggo does make plenty of opportunities to find their own voice, and that triple kill is for sure going to help. That's very, very solid performance. Like I said, sometimes I'm worried about a couple of these picks, but it looks like I don't need to be worried about this Neferi. Neferi's doing perfectly fine. Taco is piloting this dog exactly how they need to be. Although I don't think that we've been doing too bad on the Jarvan. I think that the positioning has just been a bit better, and we've had a bit more coordination on Taco's end. But right about now, we're sitting about about 7 to 12, 14, close to 14 minutes on the clock. Fake Jarvan is here for the fake flag and drag, but unfortunately it's not going to be able to do too much. Just Nico scaring off a little bit of a gank as Animosity sitting at half a Ladybug's worth of HP. Remy faring much better into these fights than I expected, taking another tower plate for themselves as the fight for the Grubbies have begun.
Yeah,
We're just gonna let it
Darius going the more movement speed build, which we used to see when Darius jungle was popular, but I don't think there should be a fight here. Would be kind of a mistake, I feel like, for Team 7 after they just got the Grubs finished there. And they will walk away. But again, the move speed build for Darius is pretty impressive, especially when, majority of the trades from Animosity have to be his Q. That extra move speed can help you avoid that very nicely, and also chasing him down on top of that. So, paying dividends here for Remy, but it is still Sion, will still scale, be that frontliner that Team 7 are going to want in the late game. And I think you look across, right? Remy actually can get kited out pretty easily this game on the Darius. Good luck catching up to Nefiri, who can jump over a wall. Is actually speaking of
catching up to Nefiri, one flag and drag is going to be good, so we do still have plenty of armor shred, and that was basically just Jarvan, I think, with a little love tap from Cookie. So we do see a potential for taking the dog down, but the problem is going to be the execution as we get a full rotation, both mids in the bot lane and the bot lane in the mid lane, looking for our first little bitty reset here. This could still go either way. We're in sort of that awkward stage where people are not quite sure what to do with their hands for the moment, so we're just focusing on a bit of farm. However, 50 Cal Taco continuing their harassment, trying to find something to make happen with the J4, and most importantly, providing a bit of breathing room for Ari to try and get her hands on a couple of plates.
Really no one here to contest this tower, so quite a bit of plates going over. Will be Serpent's Fang first item here for Cookie Monster, which realistically I think is unfortunate, as you actually see the strength of Darius here, as they both use Phase Rush though, which is going away next patch. So no more Phase Rush. Will be Storm Raider Surge, which will have some of the move speed asset for that, but we'll have to see how it shapes out when that comes out. But for now, it is Phase Rush. Double Phase Rush in this top lane. Animosity getting a better trade on that one, on that go, but Cole almost finished here for our Sion. Definitely not in too bad of a state. Like I said, getting the Soul Furnace passive, being able to get so much HP for free, as Valdanio is found out here by 50 Cal Taco, but will result in nothing other than the W usage and a flip away to the chickens.
A4 is going to get spotted, but so far we're just kind of happy to take this, and I don't blame them. We've still got Lulu sitting here. We've got 50 Cal Taco there for the reinforcements. Got plenty of wards to sit on top of for both sides, so the vision is relatively decent. Finally able to clear out at least some of those. Ari now coming down. I think at this point T8 has stayed a little bit too long, so they do not want this heat. Jarvan should be able to get out, trying to buy a little bit of time there as the plant comes through, actually putting Taco in a bad spot. TP coming on the other side, but do we have the resources? Do we have the HEP? We do have Remy coming in as the charm going to land directly on top of him, looking for that damage as Sion looking for the pinpoint shot, but unfortunately is going to hit absolutely no one. T8 absolutely melting. Just do not have the resources, do not have the HP to continue this fight, because that is a pretty healthy T7 as we just kind of walk away relatively unscathed.
Yeah, great Blast Cone usage by Stro to initially kick this off, but it's 50 Cal Taco avoiding the Chains of Corruption thanks to a well-timed W from himself. 50 Cal does have W, like I mentioned, but this is a Darius. Forced to flash out.
Remy looking for those shots, only able to pull in a couple of dogs instead. We do have the plant here as we're able to find some damage. We're going to pop a plant for safety. Will be picked up at Ignite as well. Do we have the bleed to take him down? We do not. We do have the shields from Lulu keeping themselves alive. Those shields coming in full effect. That is a level 8 Lulu, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that means our shield is starting to get pretty beefy. And this is nice. T8's able to turn that misstep into a Drake, but now they have to stick the landing. 50 Cal Taco is still here. We don't have Smite, so the Smite battle is going to go on the other side. And at the very least, if we don't get the soul point for T8, we have delayed this game just a little bit longer, which can be a pro and con, because we still have Sion sitting here in the background. He's now level 13, and he's only getting beefier.
Well, To point out, Team 7, they're like, again, massive mistake. Really, there's zero reason 50 cal should have gone for that because Drake is coming up. Soul point, really important. As now Remy,
Taco.
utilizing this extra move speed, he is not getting caught. Just as an FYI, he is not getting caught. But turret will be going down on the top side here by the Ahri. First tower to go down in this game. As a Proto Belt as well. So the Proto Belt curse continues. Thank you, Chovy.
And something I want to point out too is, despite the fact that we've been kind of glazing the glizzy here, on 50 cal taco, we've got Ahri sitting on at 5-1, right? Sim is doing really, really well for themselves, and I think what it is just for the most part, the other plays have been flashier, have been more flamboyant, as Ahri's just been able to pick up a lot of kills. Ahri's still got a lot of consistent, solid damage. That charm has come in multiple times. Speaking of, right now Sim's looking for another kill as 50 cal goes in. A little bit of reinforcements, flag and drag on the one side, but it looks like it's just not going to be enough as Hui goes down. TP coming in. Taco fighting the J4, looking for that damage. Remy here. We're execution and the kill. One shutdown going on top of Darius now. We are on the hunt. We're looking for the kills, but we're fighting directly into Yunara. Does she have the damage? She does at least manage to push people off, and we do pick up 2 kills for T8. Things are looking just a little bit better for them as this game goes on, Aussie.
Yeah, and a bit over aggressive, I feel like, from Team 7. They do get the spot lane tier 1. So more global gold for Team 7. But not a bad response from Team 8. They did use a lot for it, though. Specifically Remy's teleport from his quest. So that's going to be on cooldown for a while. Which puts Animosity in a position where he can kind of keep Remy completely out of this next Drake fight if they play it correctly, or Remy just has to be sitting here bot lane the entire time, which could get him picked off right before the Drake would be pretty bad. So we'll see how that turns out and how they're going to do their lane assignments for now. Or in the future. PVS, no flash, he's dead.
Ooh, yeah. We're going to get taken down. We've got the barrier, but it's not going to be enough between the damage on Varus and, of course, the damage on Darius. So once again, T7 just steps a toe out of line, and we're able to capitalize it and pick up and deal so much damage. And honestly, it's kind of disgusting now that I'm thinking about the combination between Darius and Jarvan's flag and drag. And then with the fact that we've got Cookie Monster's Varus shot here sort of in the background, I think that's going to do a lot. 50 cal looking for some sort of entrance. So this is going to be a 2v3 courtesy with the tower, though, so we can still make something happen. Flag and drag coming in. It looks like 50 cal Taco going to go in. Pop Blossom on 1 as Scion comes for a little bit extra damage on the other side. Nico going to get taken down. Sen looking for that damage. Flag and drag underneath the tower, locking down the Ahri, trying to find more as the Cataclysm locks at least 2 in as the tower looks for a couple of more shots, and that's going to be a double kill on the Scion. Things are looking great for T8, but not to run with Thin. Kerrigan now looking for a little bit of shot as we pick up a charm. Lulu goes in with a shield, and the damage comes through. We pick up 4 kills for T8 and a tower.
Sim, honor your Lulu right this instant. The Flash Wild Growth keeps Sim alive. Nice charm as well, but Team 7, get that dive successful, and it's back again off the back of the play that there was no teleport. Is now another engage as an overstay.
1 dunk. Looking for the second dunk as the flash comes through. That movement speed on Remy's very solid. Grabbing the second dunk. This should be a dead Lulu. And yes, indeed, we're going to pick up a double kill as once again, T7 stage just a little bit too long, which is pretty unfortunate because they had such a great fight right there, only to give 2 kills right at the end on the other side. And now we're transitioning full circle back to where we just were going for this T1 in mid lane. And about 30 seconds on the clock for this next up-and-coming Drake, Aussie.
Well, again, just disrespectful from Team 7, overstaying. And it's Remy with this super move speed build, just running everyone down, right? Like I did talk about, I think the struggles here for Darius getting kited out, but if you kind of put yourself directly in range of the Darius, he's going to be able to easily run you down. Now Trap.
That's the flag and drag coming on Taco. Taco going to flash over the wall, trying to keep ourselves alive. We're going to be followed up with a flash of our own. Scion looking for something to knock down, but unable to get it on the other side. Nico going to about a half HP. Flag and drag still looking for another opportunity. Should be up here sooner rather than later. You're not able to find a damage as the Cataclysm comes down, locking down Animosity as the Wild Growth comes in, and somehow nobody dies, but the control for the Drake right now is in T8's hands.
Yeah, I mean, Team 7 just have to give this. They cannot walk in Korak as well. Teleport from Animosity. They definitely want to try.
Absolutely.
Oh,
and we go in for the smite, but it looks like Jarvan's able to pick it up on the other side, trying to get it as 50 cal Taco gets taken down for their troubles with nothing to show for it. Pop Blossom on 2, trying to look for the extended damage. Animosity able to do it massive here with the Q, but just not able to keep things down as Remy looks for a bit more damage, but this is a very tanky Animosity. We've got Ari here trying to dig deep, picking up at least one charm, but we're low on mana, and the Scion Animosity finally goes down. We take the Drakes, we take 4 kills, and we walk our way out of the game, but it looks like Ari's not done. Looking for a bit here on Kerrigan. Kerrigan has absolutely no mana to respond, but I don't think we have the damage or the mana on Ari to follow it up, unfortunately.
The biggest issue in this game now is a very glaring one. Is 50 cal is starting to lose any lead he initially had, right? Like, in these fights, he's kind of putting himself in a position where he's just easily caught there. Of course, kind of a trap, so not necessarily his fault, but he was out, and then he tried to go back in for this Drake to go, he tried to go for the steal, but it's their second Drake. Like, is it really worth losing the fight over, or losing a fight? When you were ahead in gold and now it's even? Probably not. Now, granted, players can't see the gold, so they might think they were even before that and felt kind of pressured to go for it. But regardless, Team 7, and more specifically, I think 50 cal on this Nefiri is starting to struggle to find the impact he initially had in this game. Especially, I mean, it kind of all started falling apart here for Team 7 as soon as he made that play on that mid-tier, on that mid-tower and got run down by Remy. In my mind, it's actually Unstoppable Onslaught away. Animosity's super scared.
I don't really blame him because getting close to Darius is now a systemic problem that is only increasing, because right now we have 2 Cloud Drakes on a already movement speed Darius, so we've got to be looking exactly what we want for here. Yeah. Once again, 50 cal runs into a bit of an ambush, able to go on the other side of the wall, keeping ourselves alive, but we really got to watch where we're placing our toes on this dog. I know we have a lot of escapability, but it gets pretty sketchy. We do look for a little bit of a steal. This wouldn't be a bad time to go for Drake, but it would be sketchy, or not Drake, go for Baron, but it would be pretty sketchy. We do have opportunities here for resets, and I think that would be on angle, but it looks like we're not going to take it instead. Remy going to try to duke it out here. That is going to be the activation, trying to get in range, but it's just not going to be enough. We've got that Spirit Rush on Ari, allowing ourselves to just sort of skate out of there unscathed.
I mean, the thing is, right, this is a perfect soul for him as well, right? Like, he gets so much added move speed per individual Cloud Drake, to the point that Ari, who is already a pretty good champion at kiting you out thanks to the move speed from the W, is now, is okay. Just a jump scare there from Stro. Oh, there goes the
jump scare.
Tangle Barb, as it won't connect. Surely you guys will stop fighting for like 2 seconds so I can make my point, right? Like, just two seconds.
As soon as you get into it, they're going to start. Speaking of,
right.
Cal Taco might pick up a Pop Blossom, but it looks like we're just not able to close the range of Scion, doing a little bit of 1v2 here on the other side. Animosity here isolated by himself as Kerrigan flashes to safety Q, hits absolutely no one as we try to find more and more damage. The ult coming down on Sim. Ari going up a half HP redemption, trying to keep ourselves alive. A shield and a lot of healing. Lulu once again able to escape, help get someone and get away by the skin of their teeth. That was a heal, that was a shield, that was everything but the Wild Growth.
Man, I feel like a big issue here for Team 7 that is, well, okay, I will just simply
Taco
stop
fighting again. Going over the wall. Not Aussie is not allowed to talk this stream whatsoever as we're looking for the charm. Charm, unfortunately, is going to be a whiff, but this is not a great position for T8. They're sort of pinned against a wall. However, they do have very powerful fighting abilities. As Remy able to take a couple of shots there now as we go in, locking down the Ahri. That's not what we need. That's a very, very fed Ahri to lose. Unfortunately, right before this fight kicks off, we got 30 seconds on the clock, and Ahri's just barely going to be late for it.
Kerrigan with these roots. Well, we have another fight.
Immediately into a Q. Able to find plenty of damage here for Sion. Sion not able to capitalize on his E. Unfortunately, would be nice for that on the other side as the ult comes down on PVS and he flashes into his team. Unfortunately, Pop Blossom on 2, but we're fighting underneath the tower. The damage is good, and the HP bars are not going to the other side. As Unstoppable Force comes in. T8 starting to fall to pieces. Cookie Monster trying to find the damage, but it's just not going to be enough as this dog manages to hunt for a second time. Things are turning around ever so slightly for T7.
I mean, it's about time that Team 8 finally makes a overplay, you know? It started to feel a bit one-sided there, and Team 7 just kind of constantly over-aggressing. But no, it's actually Team 8, specifically Valdanio, going too far forward. Trying to get that Pop Blossom does connect it onto 2, but realistically no follow-up there whatsoever, and Animosity sets up the rest of that play with the Unstoppable Onslaught, and the point I was trying to make is they don't really have great engage tools here from Team 7, but you look at Team 8, they have so many, right? But now Baron getting down to 5k HP, some small contest happening, but they're going to walk away as they recognize the HP. Sim needs to be somewhat careful. This guy does have a lot of move speed. Does successfully space, and it is sole point for Team 7, which they've been desperately fighting for and denied 2 Drakes in a row, but this third one will not happen. They will take that one away for themselves, put themselves on sole point, and again they grow their lead. Very small though, 3k. Still got a lot of Baron left and some standing gold in these tier 1s. Tier 2s. Mid-tier 2 is about to fall. It's literally 1 auto attack away, as you can see. So
it will only matter if we are able to get that last little shot in, and this would be a good opportunity to try and find a bit of bait on Ahri. Ahri's already down to about half HP, and we're looking for 2 people to get a bit of follow-up. Remy sitting here in the top lane, looking for a couple of plates, taking a couple of tower shots for his trouble, as it looks like the sieging has begun in the bot lane, looking for that T2. We do have, of course, Animosity here, who's got a great pushing potential, and a Baron on top of that, and I think we have Void Grubbies as well, so we've got plenty of pushing power on Sion, plenty of sieging power, and that goes down relatively quickly, but it's going to be a bit of a long-winded trade as the T2 in top lane does, I believe, go down to Remy. Yes, indeed, there it is right there at the end. And we're kind of entering in a bit of a weird stage. Something I did want to note, though, is we were talking about Remy getting his hands on Soul and how powerful it would be, but, you know, for one thing, Cloud Soul is one of those ones where it's like, you know, who doesn't like a bit more movement speed, especially with the fact that we've got like Nefiri, we've got Ahri, we've got Yunara, who, like I said, one of the biggest things they nuked was her ability to get in range, right? And so you throw a bit of movement speed on there, and that does help mitigate that, on top of the fact that we have Lulu and plenty of other things to sort of get in range if we need to. You know, I think everybody maybe even Nico would benefit really heavily from Cloud Soul. It's one of the stronger ones for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, so, you know, I was really hyped because I'm like, man, Team 8 kind of coming back, right? Like, this Cloud Soul on this Darius is going to go sicko mode, but Team 7, as you mentioned, right? Like, who doesn't like extra move speed? Yunara actually going to utilize it very well, because she gets the Cloud Soul pop as soon as she presses Transcend oneself, and, well, she already gets... You know, you keep that with your, like, your E that you press before you ult, because it resets into the dash. You can cover so much extra ground thanks to that Cloud Soul. So, Baron does get all of the standing gold left. Now it's just simply the base here for Team 8. Standing.
Entering our second awkward stage now, Aussie. We're sitting at the 32-minute mark and just fighting over a couple of just super, super tiny neutral objectives. We tried really hard to go for that. 50 Cal Taco likes to make these I want to say maybe ballsy plays. I know that we are Neferi at the end of the day, right? And we are a bit slippery. It has bit us in the butt a couple of times, I feel. But you very much so are playing with fire, like we saw right there, going for that neutral objective, and we ultimately didn't get it, which is a bit unfortunate. And we're going to want that one because in about a minute, we've got that Cloud Soul that we're talking about. T8 is still not out of this whatsoever. We cannot forget that, even though that Hui doesn't have a whole bunch of kills under his belt right now, he still does a good amount of damage. I think T7 has just done a really good job at avoiding him and spacing out. Fidikal Taco once again stepping a little too close. We do still have Lulu here, and we got a bit of movement speed as well as the Q comes through, absolutely whiffing, and we're just waiting for something to happen. You can feel the tension and just nothing's happening quite yet. We're just have this back and forward, Aussie.
Well, we might find something. Valdanio gets super low. Does force out the back of the Nico there. So more control given over to Team 7 here. Kerrigan, I will say, has been playing the Hui very well. The roots specifically have been phenomenal. Remy.
No.
Oh,
Remy can take some damage. Polly coming in.
It's very, very, very close here in terms of what can happen. Stro will walk into the knockup.
One knock up there as Stro takes about half their HP in damage just from a small little bit engagement, but it doesn't matter. They don't need to live. They just need to pop
Look at Sim.
their kit. They still got Cataclysm. We started a fight here on the Drake, and now we're just able to space it out and provide a bit more distance as Yanara doing a little bit of a 1v1 on the Drake. If we can just provide ourselves a little bit of time, and Taco going on the other side looking for this, and we might just give up Soul for free. This would be a little unfortunate. We don't even see it. We don't contest it. We go for the snipe. That's really unfortunate. Now the Soul has gone in T7's favor. That's a little bit devastating. I don't think T8 knew what they wanted to do there.
Yeah, I mean, it's T7 also, right? Like, they don't even have to fight anymore, like, fight for it. They just simply get the Drake and walk mid, clear mid wave. It allows Sim to back to catch this top wave. And Team 8 just gives that one over for free. Now, granted, whether or not that's because they feel like they couldn't fight it or you know, what have you. Still, Cloud Soul, very powerful boon going over towards Team 7. As I do feel like, again, the momentum has kind of shifted here. Team 7 now comfortably in the lead, rather than just it being such a close game. And that's kind of off of the back of, I feel like 50 Cal Taco, you know, we talked about, like, kind of slumping, but kind of coming back, right? Kind of doing a lot of damage now. You know, being a thorn in the side of Team 8, playing very aggressively right on the line is now, well, PPS might walk. Oh, nice ward. Perfect.
I thought we were going to pick up a flag and drag instead, but that was a pixel perfect ward able to get out of there. I agree with you. Sitting at 18-23, that Soul indeed did go into the hands of T7, so they're poised in a really good position, but that can make them overconfident. There is still opportunities for T8 to turn this around, but it has turned into a bit of a steep hill to climb. At the very least, it's not over in 23 minutes like the previous game or however long that was. Pop Blossom hitting absolutely nothing, as I'm not sure why Nico, why Stro are here. We knew they were on the other side. Might be easier to say, but still, I've got to imagine, like, why are we there? We don't have any wards. We don't have any vision. We just have death instead. Speaking of death, Scion looking for the shots. Kerrigan trying to provide a little spacing here for Cookie Monster, but some damage pops on them instead. And now we not only get a free Soul, but we get a free Baron as well.
I mean, it's just so expertly played by Team 7 here. They just find Valdanio trying to get some kind of vision. Like, some kind of vision down for his team, but it is just simply not enough, and just not, like, bought enough of the space back as Team 8, right? Like, again, you have, like, J4, who's great at face checking thanks to his flag. But when Nico does need to eventually go try to clear wards, get vision, that's exactly what can happen. That's a risk you run when you're playing a Nico, is that eventually, like, you don't have your W, so you're going to have to try and face check, get some vision, and then it's so easy to just pick you in the blink of an eye because of how squishy you are. Does have Zanya's, so maybe should be able to stall out, maybe to at least get the Pop Blossom off. As Cookie Monster left alone in mid.
Oh, gonna get taken down as 50 Cal Taco is just sort of allowed to walk away from this tower. Plenty of minions to push into it as it does indeed go down. Get a little bit too close. That's gonna be the Pop Blossom, able to hit absolutely no one. Really unfortunate. I think this might be the end of our game. These minions are making their way through. There's plenty of cannons on each side. We do still have Way looking for those shots to try to make something happen, but Yanara is also chomping at the bits on the other end, and the HP for T8 only continues to go down, unfortunately for them, and they still got 20 seconds until Cookie Monster can make their way down. We've lost an inhib, we've lost 2 T3s, we've lost a fountain turret, and if we're not careful, we're also going to lose this entire game. It looks like T7 finally makes their move. Sion going in, able to knock up one, grab a Q on the other side as Taco able to pick off the backline, able to grab some things on the other end as more and more get taken down at the other side. Double kill for the Yunara, and that is going to be GG, folks. 18 to 29, T7 coming out on top.
I really want to give highlight and props to Sim this game. I feel like definitely been the highlight here for Team 7 across the board. I think Animosity had some great engages as well, most notably that one getting the 2-man knockup in mid lane. Right when it kind of felt like Team 7 was struggling to get any kind of, fight in their favor. It came at the perfect time. And I felt like from that point on, they kind of just didn't, relinquish any of the control they had gained from that point. So, well played to Team 7. I think for Team 8, definitely not the worst look, though. I thought Kerrigan was by far and away probably the best member here. Remy on the Darius, well, yes, I think had a pretty solid game, especially trading even and then ending up getting a pretty big lead against the Scion is great. I feel like the Darius kind of does hurt their draft a little bit here, right? Like, I did talk about the struggles. Yes, he got a lot of move speed. Yes, he got, he was able to have some impact in the mid game there. Is that really because of Darius, or is that because the enemy team just decided to overstay and just kind of let him get in range, right? That's so something to consider for Team 8. But overall, I don't think it was definitely a bad showing. Definitely much closer of a game than what we had game 1.
Yeah, for sure. And when I'm looking down the roster for T7, Animosity in the top lane, even though we could have done a bit better in Darius at the end of the day, we're Scion, so it doesn't matter too much. That's what makes Scion so infuriating to deal with. And we saw that Animosity we expected, I think you said Kled, but we didn't get it. So we saw at least some versatility, at least for meta, for what it's worth. 50 Cal Taco on the Fury, I think, did also really, really solid. Overstepped just a couple of times. I'm going to say 2 or 3 times that cost them some critical objectives. But at the end of the day, Nefiri seems like one of those champions that plays like Rakan and plays like Bard, where you can play with a lot of different fire. You can play sort of loosey-goosey, and I think we did see that. And then once again, great performance for Sin on the Ahri. And then I think PBS also had a really good showing too. At the end of the day, where Lulu were still very, very powerful, but we had some really, really close calls that we were able to save specifically from them. Either way, that's it for this one. Don't go anywhere, though. We should have 2 more games out on the horizon. Hopefully, the wait won't be quite as long, but we'll find out here in a couple of minutes. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round number 3, game number 3. And yes, Aussie, that one does not count. Teammate hasn't already got a score over here on this one. And something I want to note is we're seeing another performance here from T8. T8's going to be taking on T5. We haven't seen T5 just quite yet. We've already spoken and seen a whole bunch so far from T8. But when we're looking at T5, any names that stick out for you?
We got Duck and the 80 carry role. Ophelia in the mid lane as well, but and Bapples. So I am curious. So for teammate, I felt like last game was pretty close, right? Like, and I think they're like right on the cusp of just like figuring it out, right? Like, I thought last game was good. Again, I thought critique the Darius a little bit, right? Because I do think that was kind of a struggle for them in terms of a drafting sense. Still performed well, right? But again, like maybe it did kind of look pretty hard to play later into the game. So hopefully this time teammate will come with a better draft, and I'm excited to see what Team 5 has to offer us here in terms of the scouting grounds. And of course, for teammate, I'd like to see a little bit of a different style. Give me something different for you guys, you know? Of course, I think for junglers, it's actually kind of the hardest thing to do, because unfortunately, you're kind of just stuck playing what's the meta, and the meta has been the same for like the past, I don't know, 10 years. Who knows? But everyone else, show me what you got. You know, show me what you got.
Something I would like to see, since we've already seen T8 and we're sort of cycling around there just a bit, I would like to see them have more forward motion. For a lot of that, I felt like one of the big reasons why 50 Cal Taco was as successful as they were is they were very forward motion. Right. A lot of times when Nefiri went in, there was a lot of follow up for it. And then even sometimes when it was a bit overzealous, we were able to just kind of all move in one direction. I felt like T8 was very reactive, of course, just sort of waiting for something, which means they were playing to the tempo of T7's drum. This should be a second outing, another time to see it. And so hopefully it's a better showing for them, because I don't necessarily think that, I think Aussie mentioned this earlier, but I don't necessarily think that you need to win these. This is kind of like, going through SIDO, but like at a much lower level, where the whole idea is to practice, is to get seen, is to get better, is to develop new skills. And that's kind of what we're doing here, just on a much lower level.
Yeah, I mean, again, right? Like there really isn't anything in the way that is like, telling you need to win, right? Other than your own, like, your own self,
your team.
So basically, of course, you do want to win, right? Like that's kind of the goal, and playing well usually means winning. But again, if it comes like, if you're only focused on the winning, right, you won't actually be able to focus on what actually matters, right? Showcasing your skills, your things, right? What you're good at, or what your team needs out of you, right? Because again, it's a competitive thing, right? Like you have to be able to mesh well with others. You have to be able to specifically at this level, right? Like we're starting to move out of like the whole thing where you can get away having a small champ pool, right? You need to start having and building those champion oceans that we see. But Team 5 opting for the Lee Sin ban this game. Actually, in ACL, we did see Bio pull it out and Smurf to Helen back on it. So good champion if you can pilot it well. And there are certainly good angles here in the meta for him. I think it is hard to play. Sometimes hard to find that right angle in the draft, but it is pretty good, as it turns out, if you happen to have the hands for it.
Yeah, I put him in sort of the same category of Thresh, where he's not super crazy meta, but still an option on the board if you're good enough, if you have the hands for it. And like you said, if you got the angles. Fiddlesticks band's a little weird to me. I don't see him too often. Actually, I think I've only seen him in a couple of meme games, and that's just about it. Not that he's not a thing. I just don't have enough data for him. First pick, though, is going to come through as an Mbessa. No reason not to pick up the Mbessa. I think Mbessa is always a really good, solid choice. Mbessa is like Renekton, but in a sort of like higher, more octane level, to where she can play forward, she can play backwards, and she's plenty happy to just get some skirmishing on. And the pick to that is going to be the Wukong and the Ezreal. Yeah,
I think so. Ezreal, of course, pretty good poke champ right now. on top of, with the Ezreal being a pretty good poke champ, you also have to consider, right, that it is hard to lock him down because he just is super mobile. But already an engaged comp kind of coming out from Team 5 with Mbessa, Kaisa, and Ahri. A lot of dive pressure. We'll see how teammate chooses to respond here. Wukong, of course, kind of good at either style. Doesn't necessarily pretty good on the counter engage as well. Disrupting engages with Cyclone if you put yourself in the right spot. So we'll see how it turns out here for teammate as they opt for the Sylas here pretty early on in their draft. Probably trying to prevent things that would pair well with the Kaisa. Is kind of where my head's at. Like, do you really want to pick Nico into that when you're playing a dive champ? Because then you have a hijack Sylas who gets to ult your entire team. Probably not. So we'll see how that pans out.
Double bans for the top lane, though. It looks like it's going to be Ornn and the Gwyn, isolating that immediately. We're going to ban out the Alistar. I feel like Alistar's a weird ban right now. I like to have that tool in my back pocket, but maybe they're just worried about the utility. Alistar still at the end of the day is Alistar and can be very frustrating to deal with. Going to do another top ban. It's going to be their Nectin, and we're going to move into Nautilus for the bot lane. So Nautilus and, of course, Ezreal. Nice solid pick. I also like how Nautilus pairs with Wukong. I think Wukong Nautilus can be pretty nasty, especially considering the fact that we have that ultimate to follow things through. Answer to that, although, is going to be Braum. We mentioned him. Not superly insane meta, but when you have essentially these melee champions in bot lane, you're going to have Braum, and Braum's kit on top of that is also still pretty decent. I think he's a good tool to have out and ready to go, and he's happy to duel Nautilus. It's more of the rotation speed that I've got to worry about for Nautilus into Braum, where I think that does favor Nautilus just a bit more. I think his ganks are a little bit harder if he can get in range. Not that Braum can't do a lot with his stun.
Yeah. So while I do think, right, like, Kaisa Braum not necessarily the best pairing in my mind, it does pair well into the Nautilus, of course, so kind of taking it for that reason, but Malphite here for teammate, and we will see that different look, like I was talking about. Remy going from Darius to Malphite, much different look here. But Team 5, very, well, I guess hypey draft, as people would call it. A lot of engage, lots of damage. I mean, they have an absurd amount of damage here, which is great for Viego. You get that reset, you start resetting through the team fight. That's exactly what you want to see. But Malphite might put a foil in that plans, because he's great at not only disrupting teams, but tanking up a lot of damage.
Oh, we're already starting a fight that looks like it's 4 go in. That's a little unfortunate. Sure, we have the Braum, but it's not going to help us against 4 people. The first blood coming in and going to the worst possible person it could. Sylas already has a bit of a lead, and he loves his early gold.
Yeah, I mean, this is really well played. Teams used to do this a lot, right? Where they were like, oh, we're going to go disrupt, like, the bot lane getting, like, presence in the bushes, right? Like, that's something that's actually been happening a bit, but we haven't really seen it in the past as of recently. So I do like this. It kind of, you could tell it caught Team 5 completely off guard, as they just simply did not respond to it in nearly enough time, and Bapples falls prey to the Sylas.
And honestly, I wouldn't have seen it coming either, because Braum's poised to have a pretty good lane. Plus, Braum is a good invader because of his Q. His Q can do a lot. Plus, he's got that passive he can pop off on multiple people. So not something I'd expect. But, like I said, it doesn't matter if you have an advantage. You can sort of offset that with a insane amount of damage. Speaking of, mid lane, looking for a couple of good shots as Braum. And, of course, Nautilus continue to duke it out. Still trying to find a couple of shots to go through as Baffles goes down to about less than half HP. Pretty similar to to the Ahri in the mid lane. Both Kerrigan and Ahri getting so close. As
Uh-oh.
Reborn looking
No.
for an angle here, trying to lock down Remy. Malphite in a bit of trouble. Just 1 or 2 per tower. Nope. Looks like it's not going to happen. So we just so far have the 1 kill so far. We kind of play it slow and slow, but as the shield comes down, blocking plenty of shots here from Cookie Monster. Bapples looking for more shots here, but the problem is getting through this Nautilus. That is going to be a dead Bapples.
Ooh,
Looking for
lethal
1
tempo.
kill on the other side as Duck gets hit here by Nautilus. So that's going to be at least 1 kill per ADC, with Nautilus picking up the second one for his team. And once again, we're going to have to blow another flash in mid. That's a powerful tool out of the wheelhouse of Ahri, and that sets us up to be very, very vulnerable. We're not level 6 yet, so I'm going to be looking for a gank on this Ahri if I can get it off.
Bro going for this invade is kind of insane, but there's really no response because Viego's top. Braum will miss the Q even, so quick smite, and Stro will just sneak out with this W over the wall. So great invade. I will say jungler's invading a lot here, as it turns out. Junglers have been invading a lot, so we'll see if these invades start to go punished, or if they, well, will continue to go unanswered here in these trials. But oh, nice flash!
As Reborn goes in, looking for a couple more shots here, and Kerrigan just need 1 or 2 more AAs.
No way.
As Stro is able to pick up a kill on his end. This is what I was talking about with Ahri being down, that flash being so vulnerable, and Stro is actually able to pick up a second kill. That game previously must have stung, because we're coming out swinging in game number 2 for them.
Yeah, the sad part is, right, the Wukong is super accelerated, and had Reborn maybe had backed before this play, granted, again, it's really early, so kind of hard to have backed by that point, but let's say he did. He would have had enough damage to actually kill Kerrigan there, but...
Ooh, solid hook on
Bapples.
Bapples. Passive should activate here as the exhaust comes down. We're looking for a little bit of a
Cookie
more fight here.
flashing
We're
in.
trying to look for the passive here for Cookie. Duck able to take a couple of shots there. Going to get taken down by Ezreal right there at the end. This Nautilus is just in their face over and over and over. And you said you wanted to see a different performance from T8, and I think we're exactly getting that. Different champions, different plays, different styles, and we're doing much better in the early game. But can we stick the landing, Aussie?
Yeah, I want to correct myself here, because I did say flash. It was actually Cookie Arcane shifting forward and then flashing out, so well played from him. And, I mean, this is just going super well here for Team 8. Like, I'm sure if you're sitting in Teammates' comms, everyone is happy. I don't think there's a single person who would even consider complaining about their game state right now, because this is a perfect game state to get themselves propelled into a very early dominating position here.
Apples, once again, maybe stepping just a little bit too close, but we still have that shield out and ready to go. Looks like Duck's going to move up for that, but man, look at these Qs on Cookie Monster. You see how much it's chunking specifically on Braum. We definitely have the damage for sure. That Sheen's going to put in a lot of work, and so is all of that gold we've got in our advantage.
Well, I will say, if you are Team 5, right, again, they have so much pick potential, so much burst, Bapples might just die again.
We're going to get taken down, but we've got double jungle here, but it looks like Stro is coming in for a bit of a save. Duck trying to find the damage on top of Cookie. Cookie on the retreat, trying to provide a little bit of spacing here. That damage is too good on Cookie, and at the end of the day, this is also an Ezreal. If anyone can kite, it's going to be the Ezreal. That's really, really devastating. We're now sitting a 1-9 lead at the 6-minute mark.
I mean, it's just brutal here for Team 5. Duck flashing to try and trade with the Ezreal at the very least doesn't happen. Ezreal is super scratch that. We'll scratch that. Both Triforce users this game on the same team are extremely accelerated here. Like, the Wukong is super accelerated. The Ezreal is hyper accelerated at this point. 5 kills in 6 minutes is genuinely absurd. He has half of the game's kills by himself. Just put that into perspective. At 6 minutes. So, this Ezreal is going to be a pretty big problem here for Team 5. But like I said, early game doesn't really matter as much as, you know, we get into the mid game and the late game. And Team 5 have a lot of pick opportunities. So should Team 8 make some of those mistakes that we saw them have last game, it could very easily go swing back in Team Five's favor when they desperately need it most. So they should hold out hope, not get tilted. Of course, they don't necessarily know that information about how Team 8 was doing in that last game, but we do. So I can comment about it. Just just take a breather, right? Utilize your comp later when it super spikes here, and just try to stem the bleeding as best as you can.
And I think that's a good point. People always forget about the mid game and how we switch and how we transition out of lane phase, especially once we got our quest out and ready to go. But even before the quests are complete, sort of like right there on that cusp, we've got opportunities to make a different dynamic happen. Nautilus just able to take so many shots from a lot of this and walk it away relatively unscathed. Kerrigan looking for an angle as the camera dramatically switches away and the fight does kick in mid lane. No, okay, we do finally back out, and so we're just looks like the action is going to be up here with the Rock. But going back to this, we still have Mbessa. We mentioned Aussie specifically mentioned how Mbessa has such a high win rate and how we see how powerful they can be. And I think Mbessa really excels when we've got that public execution to use to start off some of these fights or set up some of these fights. And especially if we got able to get that going off with Ari. Ari setting up a charm, or of course public execution coming in and then charm pulling it in. That way we layer those abilities back and forth. Plus Ari's always going to have this consistent damage. And then once Braum gets in game, it's going to be a bit more. There's going to be the barrier for Duck, but Duck does not have the mana here for that fight. I feel like that might have been a bit overzealous. I know this is a Fed Ezreal, but it might be just a bit on the other side. Charm coming in on Kerrigan. It looks like Stro here with the Cyclone for the save. No 1v1 for you as Bapples gets caught once again. There's the Braum ultimate. Cookie does take a couple of really nice shots, but it's just not going to be enough as another 2 go down for T5 and our score increases further and further in T8's hands.
Yeah, I mean, again, a big thing here from Team 5 is they just need to relax. They just have to go, well, this might be great if Reborns can get this. Oh, there we go. All right. Heartbreaker. Easy peasy pickup there. Shut down for the Viego, right? I talked about the strength here for Team 5.
There's the ultimate. Nice solid 1v1. Go ahead.
My bad there. I guess people just want to keep dying, so it's fine. My bad, guys. Looking like a little repeat from last game. Just constant fighting here. 14 kills before 10 minutes, so that's sick.
Well, it's written in the script that every time you say something, we need to do the opposite. All the players were already made aware. They're listening specifically to your feed for this. So, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like sometimes it's cooked and it's not cooked in your favor. But looking at what we got right now, we're getting close to that 10-minute mark. It looks like it's about 16k to 19k. Kerrigan still trying to make something happen in the mid lane. He's got plenty of gold here for the fights, but those charms are still pretty powerful. A couple of Qs, but Silas has plenty of lifesteal, plenty of shadiness to play with. And I think about the time, I've got to be honest here. Once we hit the 30-second minions, my timing got off. So I believe mid-phase moved to like the 12 to 13-minute mark, to where before it was like 15, 16, I think, for, the
still around that
beforehand.
same time. Yeah, it's still around
okay.
that
So
same time.
I'm not too far off, which means we're slowly getting to that middle-ish phase, whether you want to call it early mid or late early game, however you want to phrase that. We are approaching that, but the big thing I'm worried about is when Ezreal starts getting in range, because Ezreal's going to have a lot of targets to go for. He started fighting bottom and in top. Apple's looking for a couple of shots, but just too much gold. We're able to dodge a couple of shots here and there, but we're just not able to do too much right now. T5 is entirely playing to T8's tempo. And the only real offset, like I said, is going to be switching into that team fight phase.
So, give you some knowledge here. I would say that the mid game it starts when Rift Herald spawns, right? And then it proceeds all the way into maybe around like the 22 to 25 minute mark, and then you start getting into late game conversation, because it's basically at that point just bouncing waves back and forth. So that is what I would consider the mid game. Early stages of the mid game, like I said, around Rift Herald, you can even consider that probably the early game, and then just shave off some minutes. But regardless, enough about that. It's a 10 kill lead here for Team 8, and about 2k gold to boot. Again, early game kills and stuff like that definitely not as impactful in terms of generating new gold, because it's, you know, you also don't have items, so it's not like you can take a bunch of like towers and things like that. And Ezreal also not very well known for getting a lot of tower plates earlier on in the game, but now with the Triforce finished, well, that's one of the best tower sieging items in the game, so should get that tower down pretty low.
Yeah, 2 Triforces out and ready to go. Ganon would be very, very happy. As we start to take our second Drake, it looks like 4 T8 uncontested. Don't really blame him. T5, I don't think wants any of that heat that's involved. Bot definitely does not have prio. Looking at the 6-1 Ezreal. Remy in a bit of trouble, and Bessa happy to continue on this trade. We do have TP, so Remy can make their way back if we're not able to get out in time for that wave to push in.
All right, in the bot lane, though, hook up through. Apple should be okay, though. A Duck going forward.
Oh, Duck taking a whole bunch there as we have to blow not only the shield, but the ultimate as well. And for some reason, we decide to try to take this fight. I don't know what the plan is. We're not going to win this 2v2 without the help of the tower. Cookie was just not going to go down in that fight. We have a Triforce. We've got plenty of tools. And now, most importantly, Ezreal is just going to be able to sit here and eat these plates. We're 8-1. We have 108 CS. And now we're just going to continue to chomp on these plates.
Even worse there is Duck walks forward and then gets exhausted by Cookie, right? So the damage output is not that great. But on top of that, he gets ulted by Valdanio, and where does he go? He killer instincts himself to the opposite side of his support, so not only does Duck get knocked up, he also knocks up Bapple in the process, so not a great showing so far from Team 5's bot lane. It's been a super big struggle. 10 out of the 15 deaths have come through this way. Maybe another one. As Bapple's on the run.
Constantly ending up in these bad positions, but not quite as bad as Duck. We're not faring the worst, but I mean, maybe there was an opportunity there. I just don't know why we keep digging our hole deeper. At some point, you got to figure that, maybe we need to play behind just a bit. You give up the tower if you have to. At some point, it's just not worth the fight. It's just not worth it, because maybe you shut down Ezreal, but it's significantly less likely. And sometimes League of Legends turns into kind of this law of averages. And now Cookie's just able to sweep up the tower in the bot lane, providing a lot of pressure and even more gold than they had before.
Yeah, you want to talk about a gold balloon. It's happening in this game right now, right? Last time we checked, it was 2K. Well,
Bapples get his passive off. Might be a decent angle here to lock down the Nautilus. Their charm coming through as a flash on the other side. Striker Jones coming in from the other side. We do have public execution, I believe, ready to go. No, we do not. But we do manage to pick up a shutdown. Ari able to grab one kill. Might be an opportunity as we do go in. Striker Jones taking down Stro. Ari pick up a second kill, looking for more. We're trying to get out, but it's just not going to be enough as Remy gets targeted. And another triple kill for the other side. Cookie getting a little bit too close to the sun. One or two more shots to take him down, and we do manage to pick it up. That's going to be 4 kills on the Ari. And we finally see a little bit at the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's all in Ari's hands.
Hey, just like I mentioned earlier, right, about how good their comp is at getting that initial pick. They have such a high burst comp, and of course, does take teammate making a lot of mistakes there. But that's 4 kills over to the Ari, right? This Viego not doing too bad, but Duck, well, oh my goodness, Duck is going for this with the teleport.
Coming in. I don't blame them. Karen in a bad spot. We can just need to get Bapples in range for a couple of those. The Q unfortunately does miss, and we're just not able to lock them down. Stro is here, but he's going to pick up passive instead. I'm not sure what the strategy is. Just one more. It's just not going to be enough. We've got Nautilus now looking for the hook. Going to grab Bapples. Not the ideal target. Ari is still here. Remember, this is where all the gold is. If we can able to take down Cookie Monster, Bapples trying to buy some time to get out of there. There's another TP comes in at this point. I think we've overstayed our welcome. If we can waste that TP and get out scot-free, this won't be the worst situation. But Kerrigan, ultimate absolutely hitting nothing. So we get a massive, massive whiff. That's really unfortunate. And now we're chomping at the mid tower with a Shelly.
That was a fantastic play, actually, by Bapples. The sidestep on both abilities, fantastic work, and then using the stand behind me to get himself out. So fantastic play, good gold. Reborn is in danger, does need to Heartbreaker away, but they get them in tier 1. Yeah, I mean,
no, absolutely. And look at the score now.
Definitely
We're,
not
we're, we're
bad.
tied up gold wise, right? 31.1K, 6-16, 2 Drakes. So, T8 does still have a slight lead, but the fact that we continue to take more and more of these towers as another T1 goes down in the top lane could be a little bit disadvantageous. We do stop the back on the other side, and we've got about 18 seconds on the clock for this next up and coming Drake. And if I'm T8, I'm going to be really, really looking forward to this to maintain our momentum, because it definitely took a hit after those back-to-back fights.
Yeah. So, I was going to be like, man, Team 8 is so far up in gold, and then they had that catastrophic, chain reset event here. Ophelia picking up that quadra kill. Now maybe they're in a position to fight this Drake, as Stro has a nice flank angle, though, and I don't know if they know he's here.
Stro is set up in a really decent spot. Malphite's still trying to find his way in. This is a rather precarious spot for T8. They need to execute sooner rather than later. T5 can turn this around. If they just pick one target to go for, like we're going here with Nautilus, we have a decent advantage. We're very, very split up for T8, but we're not going to take it. We're just going to go in a retreat instead, entirely losing our advantage as the Cyclone comes in. Bapple maybe a little bit of trouble, but looks like Oriana able to escape as Reborn, able to grab their first little bitty reset now, looking for more as T8 is on the run. Nautilus going to get caught as that's going to be a double kill on the other in the Charm. Unfortunately, the second time around is not going to be good, but the public execution is going to be good, locking down the other one as Duck picks up a kill. Remy get a little bit too close to the sun, able to take up some damage, but going to get picked up by a Charm, taken down. That's going to be 4 kills and a Drake for T5. T8 steps a little bit too close and gets taken down for their troubles.
Well, I mean, it's the pickability of this comp, right? Like, they're doing so well around playing the picks. And yes, it was looking horrible earlier. Do not get me wrong, but I was still saying, this game is not over. It will punish you, right? Pick comps are designed in punishing, oversteps, and even if you have a gold advantage, right? They're still good at getting picks. And when you get a reset, well, now, look at this, right? The 2 reset champs on their team both have 4 kills and 4 assists. So, fantastic stuff coming out of this mid-jungle duo here from Team 5 to give them the most fighting chance in this game, and now a fantastic gold lead for the first time since they started playing the game at 1 minute, because they basically lost the gold lead from that point on. But they're now nicely in the lead here. 2,500 gold, so...
It looks like, things were looking pretty grim. And one thing I do want to note is, so not only the fact that we got that quadra on Ari, right, which really gave us the tempo, really, really put things back in motion for the rest of T5, and then we just sort of capitalized from there. But Duck has not been doing bad in these fights, and I don't think Bapples has been doing bad either. We've had, you've called them out a couple times in a good way. Bapples has had some pretty good positioning, and this shows the power of Braum, and I don't blame him whatsoever. Braum does well into Nautilus and to other things. Ezreal has a hard time dealing with Braum, but there's still plenty of opportunities for T8 to get this back in their hands, but this may not be it, as Braum getting an ultimate there on 3. Bapples going down to less than half HP as Remy get an ultimate on 3 on the side. Braum goes back and get taken down on the other end. Cyclone coming in from the other side. Public execution only going to find death instead. Striker Jones getting struck back, but should manage to space out, and we walk away with 3 kills and Baron ready to go.
Alright, well, the Miracle Run couldn't last forever here for Team 5. They do climb up so much gold, right? I'm actually so curious to see what the gold graph looks like after this game. But specifically here for Team 8, it's an excellent team fight there, right? Remy hits a nice ult, and for me, it's just great play, and it is kind of the lead that they bought themselves early for Team 8. Right, that they could kind of get away with having such a horrible, couple of fights there against this pick comp. Because if they were not that far ahead, by the way, I'm convinced this game is lost for Team 8, but thankfully, their mistakes don't go as hardly as punished as they probably should have. Now Baron, and the opening of the map will occur here. Won't be... Well, Valdonio does find Striker Jones, but just some damage.
Yeah. Kerrigan goes in looking for the blue buff as, just like you were saying, we're opening the map. We're taking down the T1 in mid lane and the T1 in top lane. Got Baron. Plenty of opportunities to make things happen. Not sure why Aussie is losing, so I feel like I missed something. Go ahead.
Huh? Oh?
Oh, I don't know if you're. I thought you were laughing. I thought I
Oh,
missed
no,
something,
no,
funny. And I was
no,
like, what
no,
did I
you're
miss?
good. No. You're good.
Looking for to return the favor as Ari is looking for a bit of a split push, taking the tower down about half HP. Karen can close the distance. I think if any point, if Ari stops there, that could turn into a kill. Kerrigan can be quite scary, specifically on Silas. I think that's where I've seen them before. I don't know how I feel about Silas in general. I know he's still an absolute creature to have to deal with, but I don't know where he's supposed to sit in this meta as a whole. I haven't played mid in quite a while, but I do know Kerrigan has quite the hands for it and can be very spicy. I'm a little worried about Ezreal. I think Cookie Monster, after that initial success, has had a little bit of a harder time kind of finding their voice in some of these fights. It's been a bit spaghetti, so that could be just me missing it. It's hard to, but oh man, look at that damage. Kerrigan already almost down to half HP from just one little bitty combo from Ari.
Well, gotta remember, it is Silas, so trades his HP a lot for minions, as he's actually up in CS. So always deceptive, right? Always deceptive with Silas, because like he will get low and then he'll just shoot right back up. I would say in the meta he's definitely not that popular right now. I think with how the games have been kind of going, it's like kind of hard. There's not like a lot of great ultimates for him in the meta, right? Like you really consider. So also with like how oppressive mid laners are right now towards melee champions, it's very hard to pull it off. But I would say, you know, Kerrigan definitely have a bit of a quieter game in this one comparatively to last one, but not the end of the world, right? Still not doing poorly. 2, 1, and 3 is not bad. Mid tier 2 is dropped, but engage.
Remy going in on 2 as we're trying to look for the damage on the tower. Tower doesn't need to go down as Ezreal's able to pop their ultimate on the other side. Bapples having to back off. Kerrigan going in and out, doing that skirmishing. However, it looks like Duck going over the other side.
Maybe.
That damage 1 or 2 more shots. It looks like we're able to get it there for Striker Jones as the Cyclone comes in on the other side. Still anyone game, but looking better on T8 as that's going to be a double kill on Remy. Looking for more, looking for the blood as the barrier on Duck keeps ourselves alive just long enough for Ezreal to knock him down. Ari, with absolutely no mana, barely manages to escape it as that's a 1-for-4 trade, 11-23. The tempo firmly back in the hands of T8.
I mean, I'll be so honest here, right? Like, T5, we're so close, and I mean so close, that maybe one person had just barely played that fight any worse from Team 8. It's a reset, right? And then we would have seen, because of how close the fight was in general, so Cookie Monster is tanking tower.
Whoa. Okay.
Okay. Close one there, but speaking of close, that last fight, incredibly close here. I think, realistically, right, for Team 5, I would like to see them to maybe stop taking these, like, front-to-back 5v5s. It did work out a couple times in their favor, but again, right, you're a pick comp, right? You want to work as Duck is probably...
Yeah, we're dead. Do we get out? No way Kerrigan lets this go. Okay, yeah, Kerrigan does pick it up as it looks like Bapples does get caught on the other side. So he's just kind of turned into free kills. T8 having a more consistent appearance this time. Ezreal finding more and more purchase as the time goes on. Sitting now at 11-3 when they had 9 kills beforehand. So they've been able to pick that up more and more. Sitting about 2K lead. We've got 3 Drakes in T8's side. 26 minutes on the clock as the fourth Drake, I'm sorry, would be sitting about 3 minutes so far, looking for this tower to go down. Not the worst thing for T5. Maybe they can take down the inhib and get that free additional 90 gold and turn it into something. It does look like Mbessa's looking for a bit of those side lanes, but I think the T2 is already down there. Yeah, it's already down.
Yeah, it's already down. But I will say, right, for Team 5, again, the game state feels still deceptive here for Team 8, right? If they make a mistake, specifically someone who's a bit squishy here, it could kick that whole like chain of events. So Striker Jones
still dead though.
Is dead.
I don't think we get out of this. We have a pretty good fight, but this is going to be a 1v3. Striker Jones already down to about half HP. T5 just sort of constantly walking up in these unfortunate positions. Another fight kicking off on the other side. Braum, Bapples trying to buy some time. His double TP coming in. This should be a dead Braum. Just everyone needs to get out, let the support die. It's what we do. Oh no, we're going to go over the wall on the other side to lock down Duck. We pop the barrier, keeping ourselves alive, but can we get to the plant in time? Looking for an angle to go over the wall as we just decide to take it instead. Not sure if we just didn't have the flash up or just wanted to save it, but either way, T5 continues to get picked off right before these objectives. If you're going to make a comeback, it's not going to happen like that.
Well, it's a Baron over to Team 8 here, and, well, the game feels pretty dire now. You know, my coping for T5 about, hey, this comp can actually turn kills, right? It's starting to fall to the wayside, right? This Malphite is becoming more and more of a problem. Trying to get through it for Team 5. You look at, you know, Team 8. This Ezreal's 11-3-7. The Silas has also started to really start to turn up in these fights. Stro being there as a member to just disrupt with the unstoppable force from Remy on top of it. And we even have a Heartsteel purchase from Valdanio here as a support.
It's late in the game.
So I mean, no, I mean he's had it for a while.
He's got two. I didn't realize that he picked up the stacks a long time ago. Okay,
so
I don't know
he's
how I
had this
missed
for a while.
Heartsteel. Yeah, no, he's got 222 goodbye Bapples. Did we get out of this? I don't think we get out of this. The shield's down, but I think over the wall. So we do keep ourselves alive. We are Braum at the end of the day, but I thought we were going to get taken down. I feel like Bapples likes to play with fire, and sometimes it works, but I feel like he comes out the lesser most of those sort of overstepping moments. I know we're a Braum, but like, you know, maybe play Bard or Rakan if we're going to do this. I don't think we can stop this engagement whatsoever. Look how quickly that tower is going to get taken down, and we're trying to make something else happen as Kaisa is pushing the mid lane and Bessa pushing top lane. They do need a back at this point because this could easily turn into an in. We've got all 5 here. Kaisa's going to be late here to the party as one goes down. We are poised to set things up. It looks like T8 does want to try to get out of this, but this could be pretty spicy if they are not careful. Reborn looking for something to happen, but still, we're going to go immediately into the other side as we TP back up there.
Oh, nice flash.
Goes in, missing his ultimate, unfortunately, there for his side, and Bessa looking for the deal on the other side, but this leaves 4 here for the defense. Is it going to be enough to take them down? Bapples looking for the Qs, still trying to make something happen, but that charm for Ari coming in, followed up by an ultimate there by Braum. Striker Jones backing manually, looking for a public execution is going on the other side, going for the backline, but there's so much beef to fight for. There's one reset on the Viego, looking for the turnaround, grabbing another one as well, looking for kill after kill. T8 stayed too long. That turnaround too strong on T5 as we pick up an ace and turn the game around once again.
Do they win this? Like, they're going to go top. They have a top wave here, and that's kind of why I was like, yeah, I kind of wanted Striker Jones to just stay top. Ophelia's tanking here. They have what, 20 seconds here on some really vital members? I don't think this is an end call, unfortunately. But I guess if you're Team 5, you're okay with shipping it. 15 seconds on Ezreal. 10 seconds from Valdanio. I think they're going to win the game here.
No way. We don't win this. No way. 3 seconds on the clock. 5 seconds.
They don't have minions. They don't have minions. They don't have minions.
Oh, no. Bapple's taking a couple of shots on the rear end on his way out as we were trying to get out. Duck going to get executed. Bapple's going to get executed as we managed to get out. That's not the worst thing, honestly, getting executed from this. So Striker Jones going to get caught as Nautilus goes over the other side of the wall. Double flash from each side. TPs, the mass retreat. The rats are running from the strip, and it looks like Striker Jones, one of the only ones left here, is public execution comes on the other side, trying to lock down Cookie Monster, trying to go for a 1-for-1 trade. The shield coming in. Striker Jones doesn't get caught, but no, we actually take out the Ezreal and go for the end on the other side, but it looks like it's only Ari here. The tables continue to turn, and I'm not sure we can stop it if when you miss these shots, and that is going to be the end of game number 3. Constant turn from constant turn. GG to both teams.
They ran out of minions. That was the game. Team 5 had it. They just ran out of minions. And for some reason, they just never cleared the top wave. They just let the minions stay outside of the tower the whole time. Oh my god. the fact, first of all, the fact that Team 5 almost came back in that game the first time was miraculous. The second time was even crazier. Like, that is a miracle. And then for Team 8 to not lose the game there, what are the odds? What are the odds that this kind of game happens? You look at the gold graph, like I said there, I was super curious to see. You could see exactly when like the chain reset catastrophe happened there in the mid game. But my God, Team 8, I have no clue. I'm lost for words. Just lost for words at that game.
Well, honestly, I think as far as showing goes, right, and when we're talking about individual players and trying to see who can do what and where and when and how and the versatility, I think that was a good game for that. It could have been a better team game on each side. It could have been a better. That was probably a good example of when to back off and when to go in. But I think we got to see kind of the full wheelhouse for just about everyone. So I'm not too upset with that one. And I think it was, at least from my end, it was pretty entertaining to cast.
I mean, certainly entertaining. Like, I would be surprised if anyone watching this didn't think it was entertaining, first of all. But second of all, I think in general, right, like, I mean, the fact Team 5 held on is miraculous. And not only did they hold on once, they held on twice, right? Like, it's not like and again, just a very small error kind of led to a comedy disaster of events at the very end of the game. But they had truly no reason winning the game once or twice in that game. Thankfully, the league gods decided they were not going to win that one. For kind of as punishment for what happened in their early game. That was an insane snowball. But the fact Team 8 could not convert to a clean game there has me maybe a little bit worried for some of the players here. But overall, very entertaining game. That was by far and away the most entertaining game I've had in the last 2 days. So I'll take it. That was insane.
I'll take chaos fights and back-to-back chaos fights any day. It gives me a chance to actually be a caster and test myself. So it's a proving ground for me too. So at least from my perspective, thank you so much to both T5 and T8. That was fun to cast. I think I only stumbled over myself a couple of times. Either way, we do have one more best of one coming up in hopefully a couple of minutes. I don't know if they completed their games and moving on, but it should be a whole new set. I believe it is T4 and T2, which I don't think, looking at this so far, we haven't cast either one of those just quite yet. So that should be two new ones going forward. Either way, grab yourself some drinks, some refreshments, and we'll be right back.
I ran it up, then ran it again. Never gonna stop, I'm just taking the wins. Whole lot of checks, I ain't using no pen. Whole lot of shine when I step, that's a trend. Diamond singing like Mariah Carey. I hit the hustle, I double the count. I used to struggle, but look at me now. Everything built from the mud to the mount. I ran it up, then ran it again. Never gonna stop, I'm just taking the wins. Whole lot of checks, I ain't using no pen. Whole lot of shine when I step, that's a trend. Diamond singing like Mariah Carey. I hit the hustle, I double the count. I used to struggle, but look at me now. Everything built from the mud to the mount. I told him I'm locked in. Forever I stuck to the vision. Did me some numbers, I'm talking to dish. Whole lot of moves, I ain't taking no breaks. Whole lot of steps trying to raise up the stakes. I'm in that lane, they ain't built to replace. Neck on freeze and the wrist on lay. They was asleep, now I'm all on their face. Came from the bottom, I handle the weight. Now when I talk, they record every phrase. I'm in that mode and I'm stuck in that phase. Bank account look like a highlight tape. Everything grown, no minimum wage. Jumped in that water and learned how to wave. Now I'm too smooth, I'm ahead of the pace. Money keep calling, I'm answering quick. Hey, new move out, I'm studying this. I don't do talk, I just walk with a drift. Came from the ground, now I'm built like a brick. Whoa, let's do it, you know I'm the shit. I've been thumbing through this page. Got my fingers feeling crampy. I just made another play. That little flip then came in handy. I ran it up, then ran it again. Never gonna stop, I'm just taking the wins. Whole lot of checks, I ain't using no pen. Whole lot of shine when I step, that's a trend. Diamond singing like Mariah Carey. I hit the hustle, I double the count. I used to struggle, but look at me now. Everything built from the mud to the mount. I ran it up, then ran it again. Never gonna stop, I'm just taking the win. Whole lot of checks, I ain't using no pen. Whole lot of shine when I step, that's a trend. Diamond singing like Mariah Carey. I hit the hustle, I double the count. I used to struggle, but look at me now. Everything built from the mud to the mount. Everything ground on minimum wage. Jumped in that water and learned how to wave. Now I'm too smooth, I'm ahead of the pace. Money keep calling, I'm answering quick. A new move, got them studying this. I don't do talk, I just walk with a drift. Came from the ground, now I'm built like a brick. Whoa, let's do it, you know I'm the shit. I've been thumbing through this pape. Got my fingers feeling crampy. I just made another play. That little flip thing came in handy. Yeah, though. That little flip thing came in handy. Came from the ground, now I'm built like a brick.
All you gotta do is just. 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 All you gotta do is just.
Big goals. And all working, man. Still at it. Slim. Get it. Lost it all, made it back, that's the hustle. Fell and got up, man, I've been through some things. Going strong, got it all off the muscle. Kill the eyes and the ears that'll judge you. And you know it's really real when you fall out of love and run out of time. But stick to the plan and follow the grind. A loyal man, high in demand. I'm harder to kill and harder to find. I really came from the bottom, I done built up. I be praying when you spill, so I'm silked up. 600 hard top, let it lift up. Can't forget what God gave me the gift for. So I'ma let it all out like it's meant for. But right now by collecting the green, too fly to fall off, no clipping my wings. Keep the stats, I be stacking the rings. Let me stand up and interview after that. Oh, this here by my ear for my cataracts. And then boost on my health since you asking that. Off of that though, I'm still at the back though. From 27, my city the Atmo. Underground, but I'm still who they ask for. On the mic, but I'm doing it macro. I'm trying that cause I still keep the Mac code. Big goals, you wanna grab it, gotta have a bit more. Know what it is, you wanna see it hit go. It ain't enough to be the one to get close. So I'ma go another level, get more, and get more, and get more. Stack it up until the money 6-4. Until I think I never ever get broke. And then it's still another level, big goals. You wanna grab it, gotta have a bit more. Know what it is, you wanna see it hit go. It ain't enough to be the one to get I'ma push through, it's divine. It was said that it's gon' shake soon. Keep your mind on the bread. Nothing changed, I done had one dream. Any mind call, get whatever they need. Hop on that plane when I want a quick breathe. Hop in my bag if you want a 16 from the past to yes. It's all work, you can have the rest. They running back and say that's the best. I'm too cold to clear them all in a half a step or lose it all in a half a breath, but who knows? All I know is I'm here for the run and won't run away from nothing. When it get hit, they keep my head to the sky, to the sun. Even when it feel hellish, it's still a blessing. My releases get out on the road. In the wind, I get back in my mode. It's so heavily, really my medicine. Ain't too much else I can lean on the most. But I can't be too gone and too far, too deep in my getaways to forget the day that I still got a mission statement. I gotta put feet to pavement, yes sir. Big goals, you wanna grab it, gotta have a bit more. Know what it is, you wanna see it hit go. It ain't enough to be the one to get close. So I'ma go another level, get more, and get more, and get more. Stack it up until the money 6-4. Until I think I never ever get broke. And then it's still another level, big goals. You wanna grab it, gotta have a bit more. Know what it is, you wanna see it hit go. It ain't enough to be the one to get close. So I'ma go another level, get more, and get more, and get more. Stack it up until the money 6-4. Until I think I never ever get broke. And then it's still another level.
You give me clear skies. We're raising the clouds above. Every song is mine to sing. With you, I can do anything. I should be terrified, 'cause I've got a lot to lose. But there's no doubt, whatever I feel, you feel it too. Every song is ours to sing. With us forever, it's just in every lifetime, in every universe, I'll be by your side, accepting your best and your worst. Ticking clocks don't mean a thing. With us forever, it's just the
I used to struggle, but look at me now. I used to struggle, but look at me now. I ran it up, then ran it again. Never gonna stop, I'm just taking the wins. Whole lot of checks, I ain't using no pen. Whole lot of shine when I step, that's the trend. Diamond singing like Mariah Carey. I hit the hustle, I double the count. I used to struggle, but look at me now. Everything built from the mud to the mount. I ran it up, then ran it again. Never gonna stop, I'm just taking the wins. Whole lot of checks, I ain't using no pen. Whole lot of shine when I step, that's the trend. Diamond singing like Mariah Carey. I hit the hustle, I double the count. I used to struggle, but look at me now. Everything built from the mud to the mount. I told him I'm locked in. Forever I stuck to the vision. Did me some numbers, I'm talking to dish. Whole lot of moves, I ain't taking no breaks. Whole lot of steps trying to raise up the stakes. I'm in a lane, they ain't built to replace. Neck on freeze and the wrist on lay. They was asleep, now I'm all on their face. Came from the bottom, I handle the weight. Now when I talk, they record a phrase. I'm in that mode and I'm stuck in that phase. Bank account look like a highlight tape. Everything grown, no minimum wage. Jumped in that water and learned how to wave. Now I'm too smooth, I'm ahead of the pace. Money keep calling, I'm answering quick. A new move, got them studying this. I don't do talk, I just walk with a drift. Came from the ground, now I'm built like a brick. Whoa, let's do it, you know I'm the shit. I've been thumbing through this page. Got my fingers filled.
Hello and welcome back to our final game for the day. And don't worry, Aussie, that point is not actually true. T2 has not had a point on T4. I'm gonna commit to the bit all the way through. But we're rolling into our final game. We're gonna have T2 into T4. I have not seen either one of these just quite yet, at least on stream. They have been continuing to play here in the background. We've had plenty of time, plenty of time to look at these teams. So once you take a look at T4 and T2, what are we looking for? Who are we looking at? You recognize any names here?
Yixing for sure, Korin as well in the mid lane, Simo in the jungle, all players I'm well aware of. Zoltrak as well in the top side. I have seen, I think, one game, so that's not necessarily the most knowledgeable, but I've at least seen. Okay, I've at least seen, and as I've been, casting M600, which I guess is now Masters 1200. We're gonna have to figure that out at some point, by the way, but that'll be a problem for future me. First season doing it, or first split doing it. Can't even say full season. Haven't finished that yet, so we'll see if I start picking things up. I'm pretty receptive to that stuff, but we'll see. I think last time I saw Zoltrak, he was on Aatrox, so I can see some of that come out. But I feel like Aatrox kind of I could really be like, wow, we're going to see these guys pick the meta stuff. Like, wow. I probably wouldn't be entirely incorrect based on, well, the last 3 games we've been watching Korak.
Well, and I'm kind of curious what the consensus is on Silas, if people consider Silas meta, right? If we're talking about the previous game. I know that he's a powerful tool, but oftentimes what seems to be the consensus on meta, like, hey, this is what makes meta, this is what doesn't make meta, seems to be what works most consistently and what on paper, for the most part, is supposed to make it happen, right? Because I was talking to someone yesterday a little bit, and then Aussie even before that, going into sort of the nature of Fiora and how Fiora can be very, very weak, except for like into like Mordekaiser and a couple other things. So I think there's plenty of weird things to work. But I am still curious where Silas sits. Ari is obviously that's obviously exactly where they're going to be. That's just a constant tool to show up. I am a little surprised we haven't seen the Burb though. I thought the Burb was on the rise, especially right now.
Well, funnily you say on the rise because,
Yeah.
well, she is the counter to Rise.
Mhm.
Although, so the thing is about Anivia, she's best as a counter pick, right? So you don't really want to blind pick her because if you blind pick her and then, she's just getting spam ganked 24/7, then you just lose a whole lot of value with the Anivia. So you definitely want to pick her in a position where she's going to have a good matchup, where she can actually punish or just farm forever. Safely the entire game. And I think it's especially hard. We might actually see her kind of fall off now that, both Nocturne and Pantheon are incredibly prevalent in the meta, which are great at ganking her in the side lane. And she kind of thrives in the side lane, right? Pushing out those waves. But if you can't utilize that, it does feel like you are missing part of your kit as Anivia, right? Like you're great at shoving waves. But if you can't do that because it's unsafe to do so, well, you lose some of the value picking the champ. So could explain why teams aren't necessarily gravitating towards the Anivia. And again, still some kind of matchups, like do you really want to play Anivia into Ahri and then just get caught out a whole bunch? Probably not, right? Like, more of a counter pick champ, in my opinion. But some AD carry prevalence here in this draft. Caitlyn, Corki, and Yunara. We have been seeing a lot of Yunara so far today. So, won't see it this game, thankfully.
Surprised we haven't seen Rumble. I don't think we've seen Corki at all. I think I saw Corki on Tuesday once, and I've seen Ashe a few times, and then of course there's the ban for Ashe as well. So that's 4 ADCs already down. Jarvan is gone as well. We're gonna start off with the Orianna. So Orianna's still very powerful in trade, but hasn't she gotten weaker over the past 4 or so patches, or with the new transition of a couple things? I know she still trades very well. I know I still see her in mid, but I thought she hit a weird sort of debuff in a couple of ways.
Well, so she did get nerfed, right? But the thing is, basically she's great with a lot of junglers right now, specifically Nocturne. Right, Nocturne coming back
Ball delivery
means
system.
Orianna stonks are back. T4 can easily take that one away if they'd like, but it will be the Nefiri, which is actually kind of popping up in these in these games specifically quite a bit, which is pretty surprising, especially with the Nocturne being up. I think Nocturne should have been an instant slam, but I do like the Bard here for Mustache. I think Mustache can get a lot of things done on this Bard, especially because of immobile backliners. Something that's kind of, and we will see the Fiddlesticks, by the way. Whether this is Fiddlesticks Sports or Fiddlesticks Jungle, I guess we'll see. Possible for both. Probably Jungle, though.
Yeah, I did mention I have not seen Fiddlesticks in any reasonable capacity. I have seen him mid, which is not a reasonable capacity. So I'm excited to see how it performs here. I feel like Fiddlesticks can be a little weird, just kind of in general. But I'm also a very, very old player. I'm still used to Crow Fiddlesticks. So it's still weird seeing this version
the
of
silence
him.
that you throw. Yeah, the bouncing, that was when he was getting played support actually a lot in the LCS.
Yeah.
It was,
Well, why do you think I know him?
yeah.
I definitely
crazy.
didn't abuse Fiddlesticks in the bot lane. I don't know what you're talking about. It was absolutely funny though. There was just nothing. There's no counterplay. The counterplay was to get hit. It looks like though this is going to be the Fiddlesticks in the jungle. Hopefully not in the mid. I still have PTSD from that one. But we're gonna pick up Rakan. I don't know how I feel about Rakan into this. I feel like Nefiri can be kind of tricky to hit. I feel like Braum shouldn't really be that close, but even if you get Braum at the end of the day, sure, you got Braum. So sure, maybe you could go for Orianna. Renekton might be a little bit sketchy to go for. Maybe Aphelios might be a good target. I don't know what the plan for Rakan is, because in my head, when I think of Rakan, I think of somebody who plays with the fire. I think that it is somebody who really goes back and forward and can do all kinds of sketchy stuff, act as a ward, make these sort of aggressive moves, and most importantly for me, Rakan is where hooks go to die. So I wonder what the thought process is for that. Not that he doesn't have a good laning phase.
Team 4 holding on to, this Aphelios for so long, like this Aphelios pick for a while, is interesting to me, because I think it is super easy to punish this Aphelios, especially paired with Bard. I genuinely am a little confused by this. I mean, it does not necessarily have the best, worst time into the Jinx, but realistically, right, unless this Bard is immaculate, right, and I'm talking immaculate, and they're tracking the Fiddlesticks to a T the entire game, and they're constantly making sure he's marked in every single fight, does this Aphelios not just die in majority of fights? Like, the Aphelios gets gone on by Fiddlesticks, you have a really nice in with the Rakan paired with it, and also you kind of look at their team comp. Now, the Mundo can get punished because of the Renekton matchup in that top side, but in general, right, if he can weather the lane, I kind of don't necessarily see a world where Team 4 have the easiest time of getting through the Mundo either. So just some question marks here for Team 4. Doesn't necessarily mean it's bad or they're bound to lose, because Aphelios does cake. Yo!
Ooh, getting a little bit too close, but we didn't actually get punished too hard from that. Okay, we kind of whiffed it just a bit, so that's in Cake's favor. Oh.
Yeah. Well, full clear. Man, this is a lot of time wasted here from the Nefiri. Again, I mean, we have seen invades literally all day. Every single game has had a jungler invade. Whether it's been minute 1 or, on the second Raptor respawn, it has been invades non-stop today. Of course, Simo trying to punish out that Fiddlesticks clear, because the Fiddlesticks clear is insane if you know how to do it well, which seems like full clear does. So,
and his name is full clear. I would hope so. And my only big complaint, other than the wasting of time, is the fact that you're playing Nefiri and you don't have the Glizzy Dog skin. I feel like that's a crime, and you should be banned for not having that skin. I feel like they should hand that skin out to everyone. That's really my only valid complaint that I think is completely reasonable and not hammed up whatsoever. We've had a decent amount of trades, though, back and forward. Nothing really, really too big. We're only about 2 minutes in, and that doesn't really surprise me. Fiddlesticks is going to wait for his 6. Nefiri is going to like 6, but I think Nefiri can find a couple of ganks, a bit better than maybe Fiddlesticks. Not that Fiddlesticks can't happen, but Fiddlesticks really, really wants to hit that 6. Dr. Mundo trading a bit better into the Gator than I expected him to. I feel like Dr. Mundo is one of those ones sometimes where you can really just sort of outplay yourself. And I feel like it's easy to get behind on Dr. Mundo, especially when you don't have 6.
Well, we might see the W does not actually come through there. Small mistake from Zoltrak. But I will point out that we'll be Fiddlesticks finishing his clear early, so should be on the Scuttlecrab easy peasy, despite his bot lane having priority here. Thanks to the double range. Rakan, kind of a fake range champ, because of his extended auto attack range, comparatively to normal melee champs. But Qixing is now going in. Doesn't really find too much. Just now gank in the mid lane, though.
Need someone in mid as Fiddlesticks is able to find some damage over the other side of the wall. It looks like Simo's going to find the tree
Fiddle's
instead. Trying
dead.
to lock him down. The first blood going to the Nefiri. We're going to flash forward, try to get at least 1-for-1 kill. Now Cake is
Simo still
left
has
here holding
flash.
the bag. We need a couple of shots here to take them down. It looks like indeed we're going to start with the Nefiri getting fed once again. Our score 3-1, 4 minutes a minute per kill as we die across the board because it looks like Renekton also got a kill on the Mundo in top lane.
I feel like Team 2 maybe expected a bit more damage than they actually had, and, well, they got punished for it. Legacy actually really good usage of the Sephirim Q there to utilize the move speed to dodge away from the Grand Entrance, but Simo does go for this invade.
Wait, is that the hot dog skin? I thought I saw mustard.
No,
Is
this
that
is
hot dog?
a project. This is a project, I think.
Oh, boo.
Honestly,
hard
I
to
don't
tell.
know. I don't know.
They look like little buns. I don't know if someone in chat's watching. Maybe someone can point it out. I can't tell. But either way, getting a little bit more trades here on the other side. We don't have 6 on either one.
Ignite.
Renekton's got to be happy for a lot of this back and forward, the Ignite coming down. And as long as Dr. Mundo doesn't die, that trade should favor him because that's going to be a powerful tool for taking down Dr. Mundo later on, especially considering we have...
Oh, he's about to die. Why did he walk
Go
up?
back in and get a kill. All right. That happened. Now we're sitting at 4-1. Dr. Mundo not in a good spot because, of course, Dr. Mundo needs 2 things. He needs a health bar and he needs a bit of gold, and now he has neither sitting in the gray screen.
He should not have gone back in at all. I am miffed. I'm genuinely confused about that. Because if full clear had stuck around like showing in the lane, it's fine because Zoltrak is never going in there because he's just gonna die. For it, and trading 1-for-1 when the wave is about to crash into his tower is just not worth it for him. But Sansarina just forced it anyways. Never saw.
Full clear. Looking for the full clear on Neversol, and should be at plenty of damage here with Victor and everyone
no
else.
shockwave.
Might be a good opportunity. Ooh, as we look for another trade in bot lane as well. Camera is shifting dramatically as well as Nefiri goes in to the mid lane for a bit of a counter gank, and we look for the damage, but it looks like we don't have our red and white. We're not able to get the shots off that we need, unfortunately, to get a kill in bot lane. So our score still sits 4-1 at the 6-minute mark. Drake is up and ready to go, but I don't think anyone other than maybe Nefiri is in a position to grab it, but so we're also not in a bad position to go for a gank.
Yeah, I think this is... Oh, I mean, they're going to dive here. Simo...
Going in.
Okay, this is the hot dog skin, for sure.
Okay, I thought I saw hot dogs. All right, cool. I was wrong. But either way, there's 2 here.
Oh,
we're gonna
nice
get
double.
a nice double kill. He gives us 4 kills on the Nefiri, full clear, having to run underneath tower as the other 2 have to back off. But this is a very dominant performance so far for T4. We've seen comebacks previously, but man, getting it both on Renekton and on Nefiri is going to be very, very hard to deal with. Maybe you could argue that it would be worse on Aphelios. Aphelios could do a lot with gold, but so can Nefiri. Nefiri can be absolutely a pain to deal with. We just stop the back again? Yep, we stop the back again.
He can just keep stopping that back, which is really funny, but not so funny here for Team 2 is they're starting to really fall behind in this game. 3k gold lead just about. Simo, though, not level 6. Pro Storm? For
There's going to be ultimate
nothing.
for Fiddlesticks. Out and ready to go. Cake not trading well, unfortunately. Orianna proving to, that they are the more superior duelists. That doesn't surprise me too much. I think the thing I like about Victor is their ability to fight for the neutral objectives early on and sort of their consistent damage. But I think Orianna's supposed to win out in just sort of pure trades. I don't know if anyone really beats Orianna in the mid lane when it just comes to pure back and forward 1v1 trades, except for maybe Syndra. So, maybe that's part of where the strength is. Sure, we don't have any Pandora, but we have, nice Shockwave trying to lock them down, but it looks like we're going to go ult for ult on the other end. Unfortunately, it's not going to turn into a kill either one, so just a expending of resources. And also something to note, at least for the next couple of seconds, we do have double flash down inside the mid lane, so there's an opportunity to go for if we can get there in time, but we don't have the ult Fiddlesticks.
Well, now Indominus coming out, we might have that bit of an issue. They start hearing me talk, and they want to immediately silence me, so...
Don't jinx us, Aussie.
Well, I think
was
Zap
that?
actually thought they were on Drake, so tried to see if they could get it with the Mega Death Rocket, but
Fair enough. Looking for a fight here as we're going to go in with a couple of shots. Don't really take that. Looks like Braum takes the majority of that. Do have a couple of T's to go for to get a little bit of healing on that backwards rotation. Nobody has decided to grab the Drake. Still 6-1 so far. 2 kills on the Renekton, 4 kills on Simo. And I think the longer we go without Nefiri capitalizing or turning this gold into something else, the better and better we're going to stand a chance for T2. Opportunity might be to grab Cake. Cake did go back in as we're looking for a gank now. There it is. Nefiri, you're finally looking for an angle as the flash comes out. So that's going to be another powerful tool no longer available. And that's going to make Cake pretty vulnerable for return ganks coming up.
yeah, I mean, Cake is super far behind. Like, look at the CS difference here in mid lane. Never saw it playing the lane very well. I mean, she is known for her Orianna and her control mage work, but
Ooh, pick up a
definitely
stun.
working out in her favor in this early game.
No dominance on the Renekton. We do have the ult for Dr. Mundo, but as long as the skirmishing continues, I think in the long run of things, Dr. Mundo is supposed to lose that. Cake still really struggling on the other end as Renekton goes back in and out. Nobody electing to go for the Drake as the shockwave comes in on Cake, looking for 1 or 2 more shots, but it looks like it's just not going to be enough. Never saw taking the ultimate from Victor on the other end. Still, nobody grabbing their hands on it. Finally, we're going to get our first contender to try to get that. It looks like Simo going in for that. No response from Full Clear because we have backed. We do have Crowstorm out and ready to go, so we should be looking for a ganking opportunity, possibly in mid.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to brainstorm here about Team 2. And they do have like Jinx, right? But there's a lot of burst here. They also don't really have the greatest defense for Jinx, right? Like, the Nefiri, I feel like, is always going to be able to ult her in fights to where it should net a shockwave on top of that. And now look at this.
Simo going in. We're going to get at least one knock up with the W4. Rakan keeping them alive as the heal comes in as well. There's going to be the flash forward by Full Clear, looking for the damage on the dog, and that's going to be a shutdown, helping out the Fiddlesticks now as we continue our way into game number 4. 6-2. We're finally getting another point. We've doubled our score, Aussie, moving to 2 kills.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, God. Okay, we're good. We're good in the bot lane. Surely I'll be able to talk at some point this game. But Simo punished for the overextension there. Trying to net that kill onto Zap. Really no team follow-up. Tipper Fate just now coming up as well. Like, maybe you could have turned that play if you had that, but...
Oh, the timing.
Yeah, just not that great. Also, they don't see Fiddlesticks here, so maybe gank in the mid lane here.
Never saw.
She is on the right side, though.
Setting up. I think we're ganking right now. Yes, we go. We go in, looking for it. Full Clear, looking for the damage, looking for the fear. If we can just follow it up. No way we don't get this. That's really frustrating as we flash forward, getting into the other side. The rocket going the other end, and Cake actually gets it in the long run with the courtesy high five from the rocket from Zap, helping out a kill. And now we've gotten up to 6-3. Looking a little bit better as time goes on for T2. Sorry, Simo, that one there. Oh, no. Do we die here? No, we get out. We get out.
Okay. I'm like... Well, okay. You know what? I didn't want to talk anyways. You know?
Yeah, you're not allowed. That's 2 ultimates for top lane, though.
Jeez.
As the dog's still getting caught, though. I'm not sure why we're still there. I think we got out previously.
Soul Track. Oh, the ghost. It's actually clutch for Sanserino here. Avoids the W. Zap literally is getting out-traded by a support. Oh, the ghost still.
Bard doing Bard things. Dr. Mundo might finally have an angle. We've got plenty of Qs to play it off if we can get just 1 or 2 more in, but we can't forget about the life regen from as the other side. Ooh, we're looking for another gank now in mid lane, but unfortunately, the problem is Victor has that stun ready to go when we need it, but Dr. Mundo looking a little bit better in the top lane as Full Clear comes in and Zonia's. I don't know what the thought process was for that one. I don't know if that was a misclick or what, but we don't manage to pick up too much of a kill.
It was Tempered Fate.
Some time.
It was Bard ult. He got Bard ulted.
It was Bard ult? That was Tempered Fate?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought we popped Zonia's. That's super frustrating to have to deal with. All right.
Oh my god.
Crowstorm coming
wow.
in. Bard continuing his trolling, looking for the damage, trying to buy time. Should have a couple of shots over the cell of the wall. This might be a dead Fiddlesticks. Yes, indeed. We're not able to pop it off. This Bard, however, is doing exactly that, being a menace.
I am I am so confused as to what is happening. Well, full clear just overstays welcome. Tries to Crowstorm. Great reaction from Zarkaros there in the flash away to get out of range, because if he gets feared, that's for sure a death, right? So, well played. Kill over to Aphelios does kind of hurt you a little bit. To reminisce a little bit here about some plays that happened. Zap hitting a kind of bailout Super Mega Death Rocket, because if he doesn't hit that in the mid lane, Cake doesn't get that kill on Neversaw. Neversaw ends up killing full clear, and it's kind of a whole disaster. But Super Mega Death Rocket comes in clutch, so well played to that. 7-4 here is the kill spread as 27k, so about 3k lead here, just about for Team 4. Neversaw continuing to CS pretty well in this mid lane.
Looks like we're still looking for a gank angle, but unfortunately we've got pink wards down and a couple other things. Top lane still looking for an opportunity to trade it out, but I think Dr. Mundo is a much better spot than they had before. We got the Warmogs out and ready to go, so Dr. Mundo's got a bit of gold in his pocket, got that HP bar going, and Renekton in a little bit worse for wear, although we do have Dominus. The same can be said on the other end, as Neversaw picks up a tower pretty early on, about 15-minute mark. I guess not the earliest tower you could pick up, but relatively early, as Shelly spawns on the other side.
Well, nice vision control here from Team 4, but it is starting to clear out. But yeah, missing mid-tier 1 already is not ideal. Cake 22 is struggling, I feel like, into this Orianna.
Even though we have 2 kills too, yeah. Imagine how much worse it would be without those kills, without Zap coming in there. So it does make a lot of sense. And look at the gold difference. That massive
nice.
Crowstorm coming in, going for a massive one as Nefiri looking for a little bit of damage on their end, but it looks like we're going to pick up Sue. Many shots. We are just barely able to escape as the Mega Negative comes in, but it's not going to be enough. Bard does it again for his team, playing the good guy role, but still going to get taken down by full clear as he full clears T4 and bot lane.
Wow. I mean, I thought Neversaw was going to make some magic happen there. And actually might still be possible here.
Go back. Dog fighting. I don't care about the Renekton. Zap in a bit of trouble. We can play this out very, very long. We got those doggos, and we've got plenty of targets to go for, but can we get close enough? We got to forget that full clear is a lot of damage to deal with. Neversaw is here, but we don't have a lot of mana as we step a little bit too close, unfortunately, and are just going to get taken down for our troubles. And that's going to give us a Drake to T2. Our score tied up 7-7, but the dog is still on the hunt for something. Probably not the best idea, because full clear is still here and ready to go. And take a look at the score. We've got 3 on Fiddlesticks, and for the most part, after Nefiri got those kills, we haven't done a lot with it. We haven't diversified our gold, so it's just kind of sat on us, unfortunately.
Well, Team 4 do pick up another tower in the bot lane, but on the top side, they're trading one back here with T2. So, Team 2 pick up a tier 1 of their own. Now, again, gold lead here is still in favor of Team 4. But at the same time, Team 2 has been able to find a couple good plays here. As now full clear being gone on.
Starting to rumble inside the jungle as we crow over to the other side. So nice escape. Hopefully we're able to pick up the CS for that one. Speaking of CS, we're about 147 to 121. So far Nefiri's not doing too bad, although he's going to run into Dr. Mundo inside the pit. Full clear, hopefully looking for a return, but it looks like we've got the Gator coming in along with Orianna and Bard. So this is a lot of setup here for this one. If Simo doesn't get taken down, just 1 or 2 more shots, however, we can get a lot of healing off of Shelly before the fight begins. We're really poised up to start something here because we're just trying to get in
Ishi
range.
goes in.
Rakan able to get a knock-up on one so far, buying some time, but it looks like he's going to pick off and destroyed instead. The Gator sort of left to their own devices, buying more time. Flash to safety as Bard looks for the stun on Cake. Flash to the other side. Gator somehow still alive. Dr. Mundo able to pick a kill in a 1-for-2 trade, but the Shelly went to the other side. TP in the bot lane. Zap, gotta watch out for that shot. Oh, actually, the shockwave's down. Never mind.
I mean, Cake ends up wasting a death laser for the bush. Now, I'm not actually entirely sure why that was, but
Barden?
Zap is dead for sure.
Looking for the stuns. This should be a pretty easy kill. I think Bard could probably 1v1 that, and technically he does. Probably should have given that to Neversaw. Neversaw really, 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 really needs that gold, and Bard does not. No offense, Bard.
Well, push, push, push in this top sign. So you have that, right? Push,
not
push,
a lot we
push.
can do about it.
You know, continue
Couple
to
marks.
push, push, push. That could be a potential win condition for them later. From Team 2, excuse me. But right now, right, the CS lead here for Simo is pretty insane. Pretty insane. I'm actually kind of shocked that Full Clear is down this much CS, considering how, first of all, his name, second of all, how efficiently you can clear the jungle as Fiddlesticks.
Well, maybe it's a reminder to remind him to full clear. You know,
Maybe.
you never know.
Maybe. It actually gets gone on.
Simo, looking for something to happen. There is going to be
Nice
a
done.
bit coming in, and this should indeed be a dead Fiddlesticks. Nothing really to write home about. And now it looks like we're turning our attention to Dr. Mundo. This is 4 here for the gank, but this is still a Dr. Mundo with Warmog starting to build stacks,
They're
and
trying
he
to
also
get the
has
tower
ultimate,
here,
but
right?
can he stay alive long enough? Tower is indeed going to go down, so the safety that Dr. Mundo had is immediately going to evaporate as T4 starts to gain a bit more of a lead as time goes on, and now Baron is ready to go, and there's not even a response here for the jungle because he's still on the gray screen. Sure, Rakan is going to see it, but who is going to stop it? Maybe a snipe from the Super Mega Death Rocket, so that's a non-zero chance.
Teleport
But,
coming in from Cake.
Ooh, TP, yeah. TP,
This
this
is
is going
going
to
down
be 3
pretty
here,
slow.
at least for their response. Trying to buy a little bit of time here on Bard as Baron gets down so low. There's another TP on the other one as the 5th one comes in. Simo trying to buy time just to get a little bit of lifesteal as it looks like Victor's able to do a good
Look,
chunk of
it's
damage.
out.
Flash to safety for Simo. However, we're able to get a pin as they're trying to lock them down. That's 1 down, looking for more. Zap goes down as well. Fiddlesticks goes in, only to get taken down. That's going to be a 4th kill. Sorry, a 3rd kill on the other kill, but a double kill on this Renekton. And we did manage to pick up the objective, so that's going to be a tell me out here. I forgot the name of the objective. I'm dying.
Baron.
Baron. There it is. It's a new objective. You got to forgive me.
Yeah,
Baron
super
goes down,
new.
3 kills, 15 to 8, 42 to 38. 1 Drake apiece. Speaking of, next one coming up here in about 10 seconds. Aussie and T2 really needs to step it up. Things are starting to really favor the team with the dog.
Well, Team 4. Keep finding pretty positive plays here. I don't know why Team 2 thought they could contest with 3 people, one of which is a Jinx who has no IE. And you have a Rod of Aegis, not even fully stacked Victor. But I guess they thought the game was simply just that desperate for them that they decided to flip the entire game over it. And Team 2 are just simply so far behind at this point. And the Baron is not going to make that any better.
Pretty shockwave used on Cake. Cake does manage to get out. Was going for the gank themselves, as it looks like Simo may be trying to go for a bit of dive. Rakan is here, a good W, a well-placed W. Could try to save them, but can we get in range in time? As we do manage to get taken down there, Rakan goes in, but there's absolutely no follow-up. There's going to be an ultimate for somebody who is already dead and gone. Either way, Cake has been taken down as Renekton trading much better now into Dr. Mundo. Dr. Mundo having to blow their ultimate. There's going to be Dominus, so double ult out on that one as Renekton is just kind of locked into the top lane because of Dr. Mundo.
Yeah. Well, again, win condition potential for Team 2 is push, 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 I guess. Yeah. That's kind of where my mind is right now. like I said, I don't feel like their team comp is good enough to try and keep this like Jinx alive to kind of be the carry. I think Cake has been getting super outplayed by Neversaw this entire match, which definitely not ideal. And because of how things are going, right, between your like mid lane deficit and also like full clear, Keishing doesn't really get to have. Ooh, should be fine.
I don't think we kill Dr. Mundo here. Okay, Temper Fate coming in. This does set us up for a couple more things as Crowstorm pops on the other side looking for at least one kill, as one does indeed get taken down. Legacy gonna fall to pieces. This is gonna be a 2 for 3 on the other end. Dr. Mundo can't keep him alive as the dog picks up kill after kill, grabbing the second one, looking for the third one, but it looks like Cake here for the rescue, providing the much needed space for Dr. Mundo to skedaddle out of there, but we can still take this tower.
Should be a free tower. I say free, but it is basically free. But yeah, like Team 2, I just feel like, yes, they do get Legacy, but Legacy is not the carry right now. Simo is a much larger issue that I feel like is not being answered at all, which is becoming an issue. As now, maybe another.
Yeah, we go over the wall. Zap takes too much damage as we absolutely get melted. Look at all those hot doggos. Going for the red buff. Full clear. Could be a potential to go for this. It looks like Orianna Neversaw coming in for a bit of reinforcements. Victor trying to look for the damage over the wall, looking for that stun. It looks like the red ultimately goes to the other side. So at least that's something that red has going for them as the bot lane is fighting. So the top lane is now fighting in the bot lane. Camera really seems to focus on those for whatever reason. Auto camera coming in. Tempered Fate. This does set up things really well. We got a lot of good position as Bard able to pick up one nice stun. Full clear going to fall to pieces as we're now on the run. Rakan dragging the dog underneath the base. Massive shutdown for Cake. That might be what they need to start to look for something to turn it around as Dr. Mundo tries to stop the siege in the mid lane, but we're sitting at 20-2 with a 52k to 45k, able to find so much damage with this Dr. Mundo. Neversaw in a great position as Rakan goes in to keep him alive and is going to get taken down for his trouble, but it looks like Dominus on the other side as Dr. Mundo has to blow their ultimate as well, as we do have the blasting cone to safety. Dr. Mundo getting himself close to about half HP. Neversaw continuing the trade on the way out, and that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. No Drake to fight over, no tower going down, just pure combat in the mid lane, Aussie.
Oh, well, Simo kind of gets baited there. Nice little mechanical showcase from Keishing there. To, well...
Gave it a Cake.
I kind of, kidnap the doggo, unfortunately. Yeah, dog nap, I suppose. Which is illegal in a lot of jurisdictions, so make sure you read up on your laws there, Keishing. But Cake does profit off of that. But even then, right, like, the game just feels so blown open here. Like, there's a 7k gold lead for Team 4. The Aphelios are just getting stronger from this point, right? Like, Neversaw is about to finish her Rabadons. Medjai's 19 stacks on that. So...
Ooh, a little unfortunate here for Cake as we get caught out on the other side. Full clear doing the exact same thing, actually going down before Cake gets taken down. Now Dr. Mundo going about half HP. That's going to double kill for the dog as Legacy is able to pick up some gold on his own. And still, we're just continuing this oppression. It looks like the only one's really here to stop it is I think we could fight this 1v2 if it's not underneath tower. However, we have taken out the doggo before, but I think we're just trying to buy some time for that siege. Look how quickly that tower goes down, Aussie.
Well, red, white, don't fight, and, well, unfortunately the towers have nothing. Yes, actually, Simo goes in.
Ooh, okay, we do buy some time here for Rakan. We've got plenty of healing. We've got the ultimate there, so at the very least, Zap is still alive, which gives us more possibilities in order to stop this advancement. We've got a Drake up now in the background. Inhib going to go down. I imagine we're going to grab Drake and potentially the Baron, because I don't even think T2 can really even fight this. It's about a 10k difference. They definitely can't fight the Drake. Maybe they might be in a better position to fight the Baron. Those debuffs from Baron are still very, very powerful. Baron was the original autocon for mind controlling and turning team fights, so there's a non-zero chance for it. They can also try to snipe it, but I worry about if they have the damage for that. They definitely don't have the pressure because mid lane right now is not in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Super Mega Death Rocket hit Zarkaros there, so...
Zap die.
Yeah, no thing. Simo does need to fight off the voices here. I feel like he's like, I want to go in on this Jinx. I want to go in on this Jinx. Full clear, brother. We are not a great spot.
We're going for the hunt. There's going to be the Tempered Fate, and now we've got a dead full clear. Sure, there's going to be Dr. Mundo here, but I don't think it's going to be enough to stop that Fiddlesticks from going down. There's a reason why he is an ambush champ, and it looks like Simo is just kind of 1v3ing here on the other side of the map, so I don't really blame him. We have the plant, but can we get to safety? There at least is going to be flash as we dash over the wall. Never saw looking for a couple of spots. We do have a good amount of damage as the other three can start Baron, and I wouldn't really blame them as Simo never saw look for something to happen as the shockwave comes in and we pick up a kill on Zap as we get taken down. No smite for the Baron, but it doesn't matter because we have 3 and we have the damage on Aphelios. Now we're pushing into the mid lane with not a whole bunch on the horizon except for maybe a Fiddlesticks in time.
Well, Neversaw's pretty low. Simo's pretty low as well. Maybe they can hold off. Crowstorm is available here for full clear. Oh, no Arcane Storm Legacy, full HP.
Tempered
Fate.
Lock it down, Cake. So this should be a dead Cake as the Crowstorm comes in. We're able to grab at least one as we find at least a kill on the Aphelios. Looking for the damage on the Bard. There's a possibility to turn around, but just too much gold. Massive wall of diff at this point as we're sitting about 65k to 51k, and that one ends quick in a hurry. 29 to 11. Once again, a great performance by another Nefiri player.
I mean, yeah, maybe Nefiri needs to be investigated here for these M600 teams. Definitely look to be popping off. Ignore the things there, but regardless, yeah, I mean, look at this gold graph. They had a small mistake right around that start of the mid game, right? Like it looked like there was maybe some hope for Team 2, but it was instantly shattered. It's just a mountain, like a complete mountain. And easy peasy lemon squeezy. This one's game over for Team 2. Team 4. Simo. Fantastic play on the Nefiri. Neversaw had control of the mid lane the entire game in her matchup, which is expected. Neversaw. Great player, of course, but just never felt like Team 2 really had any way of like pressuring. Because like, yes, they had, again, you see the gold graph here, right? They had that slight slip up here from Team 4, but what did they really get accomplished this game? Not a whole lot. Kind of felt like they were going to bleed out regardless. Even if the game was even, I felt like they were going to bleed out. So, well played to Team 4 for making it feel that way. The Bard damage making almost Aphelios damage is kind of insane. 3k more from the Aphelios than the Bard that game, but it doesn't really matter. Sometimes you just got to get in the backpack and ride your way to victory.
I think Nefiri's starting to grow on me, and I'll never be upset to see the hot dog skin in game. So at the very least, even if the Nefiri gets creamed, that's still the funniest skin in the game. So I'm definitely happy to see that. But great performance by T4, looking very, very solid out there. T2 not having the best team synergy in multiple different ways. I'm not sure how Fiddlesticks sort of fit that plan. I didn't really like Dr. Mundo in that mess, although like maybe you were looking for a macro angle, but I feel like, you know, you could have gone for Scion. There were other elements you could have had a better split pusher, I feel, than Dr. Mundo. He can do really, really well, and I think he was faring okay into Renekton and the trades, and there was a lot of back and forward, but like it doesn't fit, I feel, with the Fiddlesticks, with the Victor, right? Because if you're going to have Dr. Mundo go in these side lanes and look for this push, you need some sort of beef on the other end. You need the jungle to sort of play around with that, or you need to have just constantly like really powerful ganks over and over with that Crowstorm.
Well, Korak, we've had a long day here. The players have had a long day. Chris, as production, has had a long day. I think it's time for us to hit the hay, as it were. Thanks for everyone for tuning in. Thank you, Korak, for co-casting with me. It's always a pleasure. Chris Sunga, of course, in the background. Appreciate him. Anytime I get to have him as my producer, greatly appreciated. To the viewers, to Titan, we'll see you, I don't know, some other time. Peace!
All you gotta do is just you gotta do is just. All you gotta do is just. No less. Baby, you know you ready. 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 All you gotta do is just. No less. Baby, you know you ready. 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 All you gotta do is just.